Dikshan, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
You are not audible to me. Wait.
I'm not audible, ma'am.
Dikshant, speak something.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Shresh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dikshan.
Okay. Dikshant, you are there?
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Dikshant?
Ma'am.
Yeah, now I can hear you. And Ayushi, you are also there? Yeah, I'm just allowing all the people, all the students first in. Then I will start entering the participants. Already 100 are in waiting room.
Okay, ma'am.
Ishika, okay. Ishika has joined. Ishika, she was Ishika Jain, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Admitting. Fine. Then we have Pooja. Pooja Mahesh, Pooja Pravardhani, both are here. Sir, we are done. We tracked your password.
Oh.
I know that. That much I know, sir. You want? I can show you.
No problem.
No, not for mobile. You know what? I thought
Somebody sent you.
You were not giving me Wi-Fi password. I am trying for that one. I want Wi-Fi password. You know, you want? Okay, first pick. Pooja and Pooja Mahesh both are there. Sorry.
No, you know what?
Huh.
Anyway, I thought I sent PPT to you. I'll take the session in the cab only.
Oh, why so much traffic? Huh?
No, ask for someone. I'm
Okay.
sitting in one place.
Already 100 people are in waiting room.
90?
Pooja Mahesh. No, this is fresh picture. Okay, Shresh, it is Archana S, no? Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Archana is.
Okay, she is also in now. Then Shresh is there, and yeah, all the students are in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now I'll assign you co-host to thing. Shresh, you are ready with the image, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Already connect ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು
ಇಲ್ಲ.
I'm making all of you co-host. Gautam, you are not speaking, no?
No, ma'am. Gautam is not speaking.
Okay. Those who are speaking, to them only I'm making co-host. And all of you check your connection. First, Ayushi, you check, everything should be fine.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Okay, Abhishek sir is already there. Fine. So, more than 100 we have in waiting room now. Suresh, are you ready? Can you start sharing the screen so that we can start live thing, and then I will start entering
Yes,
participants. We should keep something so that people know that it is this.
Dikshit, you don't have a blazer.
Okay.
No, sir. All my clothes are in Bangalore. I'm wearing my brother's clothes.
I'll make you host now. No? You are in meeting or you're out? Okay, you. Okay, fine. Wait. Once you start live, then only I'll start admitting. Otherwise, I lose all the control.
Ma'am, screen is clearly visible, right?
Yeah. Just give me a second. We start live. I'm just doing that process. Now your host. Okay, now all of you mute yourself, and any communication has to happen with that you post in the WhatsApp. Fine? Students, done, na? Yeah, खून पी लिया था।
Dear participants, we are going to begin at 10:30 sharp. We appreciate your patient presence, requesting all of you to be there with your video on.
Varsha ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Dear participants, we are going to begin in a couple of minutes. We appreciate your patient presence, requesting all of you to be there with your video on. Requesting all participants to be there with your video on. Dear participants, we are going to begin just in a couple of minutes. Thank you for your patient presence. The session will begin in a few minutes. Thank you.
If I remove, there are so many cohorts, no, they are admitting.
A very good morning to one and all present over here. A warm welcome to you all to our national level student symposium organized by Vidyanidhi, Student Research and Development Cell, Center for Management Studies, Jain Team to be University. It's a moment of pride to announce that Jain Team to be University has secured an 85th rank by the NIRF ranking conferred by MHRD, Government of India. Center for Management Studies, an integral part of Jain Team to be University, is an institute that harnesses an international outlook with the commitment to create top-notch business leaders of the corporate world. The corporate BBA and BBA World of Work programs at CMS provide its students with a solid foundation in business and management through the flexibility to specialize in the areas of their interest. The programs have been designed to maximize students' experience and networking opportunities in business and to get hands-on experience with the industry and the changing economy by giving them a competitive edge to deal with the real-world challenges. The entrepreneurship program of CMS has been designed to ignite creativity in students and encourage their resolving skills to pursue their own ideas. The academic practices here empower them to redefine conventional wisdom and business perspectives and are committed to train budding business leaders and aspiring media professionals. Achieving an A grade by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, with a CGPA of 3.31, ranked 16 among the top 50 colleges in India, being highest in India for academic excellence with a score of 197.8 by India Today and rated A plus at state level and A at national level by CRISIL in the year 2019. CMS is an ultimate destination for students where they can find new avenues to fulfill their dreams. On this note, I request Mr. Dikshant Khandelwal and Mr. Shrest Podar, coordinators of Student Research and Development Cell, to throw some light on today's event. Over to Mr. Dikshant.
Thank you, ma'am. In the words of Mary Louise Kearney, Director of the UNESCO Forum on Higher Education, Research and Knowledge, knowledge generated by research is the basis of sustainable development, which requires that knowledge be placed at the service of development, be converted into applications, and be shared to ensure widespread benefits.
To materialize the same vision, Vidyanidhi, Student Research and Development Cell, a part of Research Cell of CMS, has come up with the first event of its kind, Student Symposium on Quality Research and Upscaling Student Effectiveness, as a step forward to apprise students with the basics of research at the undergraduate level and strengthen their research skills. Over to you, ma'am.
Now it's time to share some key insights of our national level student symposium. We have received close to 5,000 registrations with participants from more than 250 eminent colleges and universities across the globe, from countries such as USA, UK, Iran, Nepal, Mexico, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Poland, Jordan, Indonesia, Morocco, and China, to name a few. I would like to thank all the participants for their support and presence. Now, I take this opportunity to introduce our dynamic administrator, a man with a vision who has never left any stone unturned to inspire us in every possible manner. His leadership is reflected in all developmental activities of our institution. Thank you so much, sir, for presiding over this event. Now, without any further delay, I would like to welcome our esteemed director, Dr. Dinesh Neelkant, to deliver the welcome address.
Okay. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yeah. Good morning, one and all. On behalf of Jain University CMS, I welcome all the participants for the wonderful event. And first of all, let me appreciate Dr. Varsha Agarwal, Dr. Shiva Chaudhary, Professor Baisakhi, Professor Rohit Ramamurthy, Professor Sunita BK, Professor Umakant, and Professor Abhishek Venkateshwar. These people have come together and have established a concept called SRDC, which is called a Student Research Development Cell. And that is the need of the hour. If you look into today's situation, the COVID situation, this has become the new normal. And it has also changed the face of education. Now, the students have come to the concept of, if I'm going to study this, what I'm going to get out of this. Now, this is a question which is being asked to the educational fraternity. And with this question, don't you think that we have to be alert on this? Because gone are the days now where we are just thinking about chalk and talk. Now the days are where the students are going to acquire skills, which is going to fetch them some money. But when we are looking at this at that point of time, we thought that this can be possible only if we change the concept of how the education is delivered. And in that concept, the most important thing was the research. Going to research, going to till now, student research was only for the PG level, but now it has come to the UG level. And the concept of Vidyanidhi at CMS Jain University, we have started this concept where you have your area of interest and you start researching on it. Now the question arises as the student asks that what type of research are we talking about? Is it that it is a research or we have to write a lot of notes for this? No, it's not like that. It's about your area of interest and you should know everything about it. So at a particular point of time when you are going to go into the future, that time you will realize that I already know about this. Let us take an example of studying a small scale industry, studying a medium scale industry, or maybe a proprietary concern, or whatever your area of interest is. Let us understand the entire nuances of that particular business. Let us understand, suppose if you are studying a corporate, so then you understand that how the corporate functions, what is that, how is that intake is being done, what is their balance sheet, how is their reserves being used, what is their share, what is the price of the share. So all these things have to be looked into. And on that basis, you will do a lot of learning. So that is basically a critical thinking and the need of the hour of every student. If at all you get into the shoes of research, I am very sure that you will learn a lot. And that is going to help you that what I'm supposed to do after my education. Okay, and this will help you to grow in your life. So this is what is the objective. And my dear students, let me tell you now, if you people are not going to get into the skill oriented education, okay, gone are the days out of 100 you have got 95, I'll clap for you. But when I'm talking about what you know in that, that is more important rather than getting 95 out of 100. The skill is documented on a piece of paper again and again, and that is what is the objective of even these universities which are really doing well. We are one among them, and we thought that SRDC should be a part and parcel of each and every student. So we started with SRDC Cell in the name of Vidyanidhi, and I'm very sure that can really make a difference. So thank you very much for giving such an overwhelming response. Very soon we are going to start. We are also going to have a seminar on what skills you can have so that you can be the best in the market. So very soon CMS is going to come with that also. I hope we'll get a lot of appreciation for that. So thank you very much for the entire team and best of luck to all the participants. I'm very sure that today you will definitely learn something and that is going to make a difference. And when you when you say you learn something, my request is give your complete focus on it and don't just attending inaugural and then attending it for 1 hour and then leaving it. So give your best focus on it and then you'll find that you'll get results out of it. Thank you very much and thanks for the patient listening. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Over to the MC.
Thank you so much, sir, to enlighten us with your ever inspirational thoughts. The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today with us to build this event. And on this note, I would like to request Student Research and Development to introduce our first speaker of the event. Over to Ms. Ayushi.
Thank you, ma'am. I am honored to take this privilege to introduce our first speaker of the session, Professor Sunita BK. Professor Sunita BK is the head of department at Center for Management Studies, Jain, deemed to be University. She graduated with BA and MA Economics, being rank holder from Bangalore University. MBA Pondicherry University and MPhil from Jain deemed to be University. She is currently pursuing PhD in political marketing. She is also certified from Yale University with honors, ISB Hyderabad, University of Newcastle, etc. She is a part of various academic bodies like Board of Studies and Board of Examination of Jain deemed to be University. She has been co-chair and coordinator for various FDPs, national and international conferences. She has presented and published many papers in reputed journals, including Scopus. She has been an avid quizzer during her college days, winning various state and national level events, and also a great fan of cricket and football. She has also been a part of various panel discussions on the economy across regional news channels like TV9 and News9 and many more. She is the director of Spandana Credit Cooperative Society, which adjudged as Best Cooperative for Karnataka in the year 2019-20 and has been advisor for few startups. She is also the author of the book titled Corporate Governance. And ma'am will be enlightening us today on a very contemporary topic, Indian economy in unparalleled times, the road ahead. Before we commence with the session, there are a few instructions for the participants. Keep your camera switched on throughout the session. Fill feedback form for each session to receive certificate and post your questions in the chat box to be taken up after the presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aishi. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction.
Over.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, Dinesh sir. Good morning, respected faculties and my dear students. This is a very unique opportunity for me to present in front of you, do a session in front of you. It's indeed a privilege that so many of you are attending this. My topic today is what we are today in as an economy. This is a very difficult times. And actually, we are chasing a dream of becoming a $5 trillion economy. Mind you, we are chasing as much as Apple is chasing. Apple is a $3 trillion company. And they're also aiming to be a $5 trillion company by 2035. Parallels cannot be drawn. But then it is a inevitable fact that we are actually chasing probably, a dream which is so huge for all of us to be in. So my today's session will be like this, the current status of Indian economy. Then you may suddenly tell, why is she talking about, can we India beat China? Yes, we need to beat China if at all we need to become a $5 trillion economy. And how are we recovering right now? And where do I take all this? Remember, I'm not some god that so everything comes. I had to take from sources. So I had to rely on various sources. So what is the current status? Our Indian economy is like this elephant, poor fellow, hanging in that rock. We are in a tough thing. We have accepted finally that we are in a very, very, very tough situation. Unemployment levels are very high. Economy is going through a very bad situation. We were a $2.9 trillion economy. During lockdown, entire thing shattered. 1.57 lakh crore losses were reported by Indian economy during lockdown. More than 8 crore salaried people lost their job. Our exports became very good. That was, everybody was okay, good. India's exports is very good. But tragically, our exports is good because our imports came down. Okay, and unemployment level suddenly, Reserve Bank of India gave us statistics where we are showing that we are about to what you call make a small difference. But then, do we have hopes? In 1928, when USA was in depression, there was a Christmas sale which happened, and lot of Americans actually brought this a lot of stuffs for Christmas. Then every newspaper had a headline: "America on the path of recovery." This is something similar in terms of Diwali. This is a short-term benefit which we are going to get. But can we give this short-term momentum a long-term jump? That is what we need to know. We are an economy which has always been good because we consume whatever we produce. Our consumption fell down. Private businesses went for a toss. There was, I'll just give you a few examples. Let's talk about, we were the heaven of startups. 70% of startups got affected. 60% of them operate in distributions. 12% shut down, which will never open. Out of the 70%, recently, CII told that there are almost 10% who have shown no intent to start up. Between July and September, 30% there was a decline in our retail sector. Remember, I just mentioned you that we actually sustain on private consumption. We are down. There is expected 90,000 crore rupees losses which are expected. E-commerce are doing well. When Myntra came up with their sale, when Flipkart and Amazon came up with their big day sales, there was a huge thing. But there is a problem. Most of these corporations in the last quarter, I'll tell you also, if you just go to all of this big e-commerce company, see their last quarter results. Their last quarter results always shows loss. If your last quarter results always shows loss, there is an effect on your taxation. So they're not paying that much tax as they were supposed to pay. Then where do the government generate this particular income? And then our hotel industries. 10% of them shut down, they will never open. 40% may go out of business. 83% have still not opened in spite of relaxation in the COVID norms by across all the countries. All the state governments have done it. In terms of tourism industry, it is estimated that only 30% occupancy will be there next year. This year, I'm not even telling. 85% of our tourism got affected. There was an 80 to 80% of income erosion. Estimated 5 crore rupees loss, which has been had in what you call the thing. There's some nice thing happening. Luckily, Indian agriculture is doing well. It's an irony. Do you know why it is an irony? This is a sector where successive governments, have always neglected agriculture. Once upon a time, this was our shining sector. Ironically, today, in last 1.5 decades, we have seen more than 3 lakh farmers committing suicide. We are one economy, we have not given importance to agriculture. We should learn a lesson or two from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia does not grow anything, and they don't have capabilities also of growing. But in spite of it, do you know, Saudi Arabia acquires agricultural field in Southeast Asia like Thailand, Malaysia, only to ensure that food buffer is for the future is safe. We have a lot of agricultural land. And today, when economy is doing down, it is agriculture which has saved the grace. I think it's high time all the governments, whether it's any government, any party for that matter, start concentrating on agriculture. They're doing well. Our output have decreased. Why our output have decreased? Lot of SSIs have suffered. Why? Lot of immigrant laborers have actually returned back. It is not about we appreciating Mr. Sonu Sood to take the immigrants' labor out of Mumbai or anywhere in the country. It is bringing them back right now to revive the economy. Luckily, the statistics released few days back. I thank India Today that is where I've taken these slides. Our domestic passenger is slowly increasing thanks to Diwali. Again, agriculture credit is doing well. But then, what is the forecast we are having? World Bank says that we are going to further fall down by 9.6%. And I will take the extreme of Goldman Sachs. They tell we are almost going to fall down contract by another 15%. Already we have contracted by 27%. Just add 15% to it. Let's have a round figure. We'll have 40% contraction of this economy. That is, from a $2.9 trillion economy, you're taking 40% out of it, then it is going to be very, very difficult for us to bounce back. But there's a glimmer of hope for bouncing back. India has witnessed an unprecedented FDI, especially from tech giants like Facebook, Google, Intel, and Oracle. They have seen an opportunity in a stagnant economy like us. That's one of the nicest things. This particular thing is into the 2018 level, when India was one of the fastest growing economy in the world. We were so proud that we were the fastest growing economy in the world. But today, it has not been a scene which is there. So what should we do? Everybody says beat China. Can we beat China by banning TikTok and PUBG? No, we cannot beat China by banning PUBG and TikTok. I'll tell you why. Everybody tell just because we have banned China, what you call PUBG and TikTok, entire world is against China. The FTI is automatically going to come to India. I'm as patriotic as all of you are there, but I'm also realistic. This is not going to happen so easily. Why this is not going to happen? But then, mind you, for us to recover, this has to happen, but it is a very difficult path to happen. Why is it so? Because China has offers an amazing infrastructure, amazing infrastructure. Their operational efficiency is one of the finest in the world. You go for China, go ask them for some proposal to get approval. It maximum takes 45 days. Maximum takes 45 days. I'll give a classic example. There is one iron and steel factory in Pratapgarh in Odisha, which was supposed to be started in 2005, 15 years down the line. They're still battling in Supreme Court. We recently saw in Vodafone's case why the tax confusion. This actually makes some of the FDIs to come. Today, whatever FDIs are coming, they're all joint ventures. But then if they individually come, the expansion capacity is very huge. Everybody was happy when Apple opened its manufacturing unit outskirts of Bangalore. But it's really a manufacturing unit? Sorry, it's just an assembling plant. India, in terms of employment, in terms of private consumption, can increase only if there is a manufacturing FDI which comes. Give you a very simple example of how good global supply chain of China is that. If at all you see, this is the latest statistics. If at all you see, the world's busiest airports for cargo, out of top 10, 2 are from China, that is Shanghai and Hong Kong. Yeah, Hong Kong, for so many reasons, they post it as a separate, but I think recently the political reasons, we know how they're very well integrated with China, though the people of Hong Kong are not happy with that. This is one fact. Let's talk about, this is the statistics which I'm talking about in 2016. 2016, out of top 20 ports, 10 were Chinese. Same thing in 2017. Out of the top 10, I just zeroed down, out of the top 10, 9 of them were Chinese. Today, the world's busiest seaport is Shanghai Seaport. 43.3 million cargo has been transported in Shanghai. $5.1 billion is their revenue. And yeah, closely is Singapore. After Shanghai, it is Hong Kong seaport, which is the third largest seaport. You might tell, what is this? What's the big deal? The big deal is that they actually generate huge amount of income. Most of the companies establish their manufacturing unit because when you have a good seaport, it is easier to export. Gone are the days when companies used to come to your country because they want to only sell in your country. China has understood that very well. So for that, they have built excellent logistics. If at all we need to beat China, we need to beat that excellent logistics. Another thing of who will come, if at all we do all this, who will come? Tech companies which are not entertained in China will come. Like Facebook. Facebook is not entertained, Google is banned. These are the people who are seeing India as an alternative opportunity. Or those manufacturing and infrastructure companies which are backed by Japan and Germany are who's interested to come to India. Mind you, this is quite dangerous when you have infrastructure entities backed by Japan and Germany coming out. I'll give you a very simple example. When Athens Olympics was supposed to be held in Greece, Greece was in a very bad shape economically. Germany came and knocking their doors and told, listen, if this is an 100 years of Olympics, you are the fellows who originated Olympics. It's our moral responsibility to help you with infrastructure projects. Very fine. They came, but then there was a what you call tag attached. What was it? We are going to build you airports. We are going to build you stadiums. We are going to build you metropolitan railways. We are going to build a very good roadways. And one condition, the employees who are employed in that particular project, 50% will be Germans. And we should have every single profit out of it should be Germany's. What did Greece gain in that? Greece only gained $5 billion debt because of Olympics. Can India, if at all we have infrastructure loans, like what we have done recently with the bullet train with Japan, we have taken a loan. 20% of the employees for that bullet train project are going to come from Japan. They are going to give it as a loan. Not only they are going to have, not going to transfer any technical know-how to us, they are going to profit not only on the interest, but also on the profit of the bullet train which runs from Vadodara to Mumbai. So these are the FDIs which are knocking at our doors. Is it really good to have such FDIs? The FDIs which we have to have is manufacturing unit. Unluckily, most of the state governments have not been welcoming. Few state governments are actually cancelling the FDI projects previously approved by their predecessors. I would not like to name the states, but I think you can guess it, where the parties have changed, they are done. With this type of mindset, beating China, I had to tell you something, not being unpatriotic here. It is like Chennai Super Kings trying to make it tough to play off. Okay, any Chennai Super Kings fans may do apologies, but they are not in a good position right now. But beating China and rerouting FDI, there's one more challenge we have. We have challenge of Taiwan, Vietnam, South Korea, and Bangladesh. Do you know, when China, there was a huge outcry globally for banning Chinese products, especially textiles. Everybody thought India was a next best alternative. We went wrong. Bangladesh became the next best alternative. When COVID things struck, Bangladeshi government identified two important sectors. That sector was the garment sector and the microfinance sector. The Bangladeshi government gave salaries to 60% of the garment workers without doing job during lockdown. 50% of the wages were paid to them. They did not want it to lose the momentum in garment industry. As soon the lockdown was relaxed, Bangladeshi started what you call running the mill. Is it the same case with Indian garment industries? Unluckily, we did not react the way Bangladeshi stood. The Bangladeshi government has been criticized that it has been criticized that they didn't help other sectors. But Bangladeshi government attacked that sector which they thought they had advantage. Unluckily, during the lockdown for almost 4 months, we did not think that something like this should be done. In terms of South Korea wants to beat China in shipping. One of the largest shipping corporations like LG, even Samsung, who are out in South Korea, got tax rebates if they are going to export only made in South Korea products. We did not take initiatives. Unluckily, Vietnam did not suffer with COVID that much because the SARS experience made them extra precautious. That is one of the reasons why they have been able to attract a lot of FDI in manufacturing unit. There's an advantage with Vietnam. Vietnam also has a lot of foreign trade agreements with so many countries that whatever goods are produced in Vietnam can go to many countries with less taxes. And Taiwan is actually what you call one of the most strategic partners in the entire world. When in entire world was criticizing China for Wuhan virus, the Taiwan actually became friendly with every single countries, which gives them an opportunity to manufacture and export, including India. If at all you have seen last few months, Taiwanese are trying to do their maximum best to impress us. The entire question mark now arises is that why didn't we do when such tiny countries did their maximum best, which we saw evidences across where we had opportunity, but then we tried to ignore that opportunity. In this scenario, beating China and becoming a $5 trillion economy is a daunting task. But then what should we do? It's not that, okay, this is a situation, but what is our path to recovery? How can we do? The path to recovery is that government already started. There's increased 16% of their spending. They gave a 20 crore rupees packages. Out of this 20 crore rupees packages, few of them were for old scheme, which was announced in 2020 budget. They gave recently incentives to government employees, which has been widely criticized because government employees are not going to take a loan because everybody is apprehensive to take a loan today for spending. Personal loan is at its lowest web among the spending customers in India. A survey conducted by India Today revealed yesterday that out of what to call so many 100% surveyed, that they assumed that 60% do not want to spend because of the insecurities which has arisen due to pandemic. So how do we push these people to spend? That is a major challenge to government of India. You have to give stimulus packages. You have to give that money in people's hand, like how Bangladesh gave, how South Korea did. We have done, but we are ranked very, very what you call thing. When you compare Germany, when you compare a small, tiny nation like Spain stimulus package is though 7.3 for the country size what they have. They're less than this. They're almost as size of Karnataka is. But they've given a huge stimulus packages where the money has reached to the people's hand. We have not done that. That is where we have a huge challenge. One thing is that government should start taking loans from whoever is giving. Recently, World Bank told that they are going to give a loan to anybody who will assist social needs. 1 billion interest-free loans. We have still not approached World Bank for that. Interest-free loans is something which we take. You may tell, no, we have already borrowed too much. No, this is an hour where every single source of money should be taken. We should assess wherever concessional money is we are going to get, we have to take it. That is the need of the hour. Another option, borrow from Reserve Bank of India, debt monetization. Nothing wrong. See, when you are in trouble, when your pocket money exhausts, you run to your mama or your brother or your sister. Today, that is a situation. As your desperate situation, Indian economy is also in a desperate situation. In an exceptional circumstances, only easy money government of India right now can get is going to borrow from Reserve Bank of India. They should actually start borrowing. They've already borrowed a very huge amount of money, but then much more borrowing is actually the need of the hour. Evaluate subsidies, especially agriculture subsidies. The farming bill came, lot of controversies around it. I'm not going to indulge in that controversy. But what I'm going to tell, my only thing is that in that farming bill, if government would have announced subsidies, like how Swedish government gives to its farmers, how Switzerland government gives to its farmers. In Switzerland, do you know what? If you are registered as a farmer with the government authority and you want to export something, you just have to produce it, Go to the quality assurance checks, test your quality. The remaining is taken care by the Swiss government. We do not have such incentives. Imagine if we had our incentives. We grow one of the best chilies. We grow one of the best capsicum. We grow one of the best, what you call, rices. Then why are we not in the international market to reckon? And evaluate every single possibilities of borrowing. When you are in a desperate need at house, I think you remove everything what is there in your house to save. And government should start talking about this non-tax revenues. Denationalization. There are certain companies of Government of India which Government of India does not need to be running it. I do agree there was a time in India where government was running radio stations, to what you call manufacturing fanals, to manufacturing aeroplanes, to broomstick, to everything, soap, everything. But today this is not necessary. Disinvest as much as possible. That money should be used for social welfare. And that is the need of the hour. Then where can you borrow? Issue COVID bonds. There is a concept in finance which is called as masala bonds. These are government of India bonds, are Indian company bonds, rupee denominated bonds, which can be issued in foreign offshores to raise money. This is good time to issue COVID masala bonds. Why? Why is it so? In a country like Japan, though relying under COVID, Japan is save a lot. In spite of saving a lot, they get negative interest rate. You might tell, what is this negative interest rate, ma'am? Negative interest rate is something wherein you have to have money. Okay, you have money, you go to SB account. In India, you get 3.5 to 4.5, depending on the bank you're investing. You will get an interest. But in Japan, it's reverse. If I had to keep the money, I had to pay the money. So in a country like Japan, imagine if you give 4% interest also on a bond, your bond will be super successful in spite of COVID affecting them. For a temporary period of time, what Morarji Desai did way back in 70s, actually put certain heavy taxes on super rich. Super rich. I'm not telling put taxes on middle class and upper middle class. You never do that. You know why you should never do that? Because they are the fellows who spend in India. You super rich don't spend in India, they spend abroad. They are the fellows who spend in India, so don't tax them. Tax the super rich who can withstand this taxation for a period of 1 year. This can be a temporary wealth tax, and that is necessary to do so. That's why I told you in this slide, you evaluate every single possibility of taking money. And you also, another important thing is that develop Bharat. You might tell, what is this Bharat now? India, whenever economists have two denominations. India is urban India, Bharat is rural India. That's why we tell Bharat economy and Indian economy. You have to develop this Bharat economy. Why? This Bharat economy takes the products which is made in India. Maruti sells more in rural areas. Urban rich takes BMW. Taking a BMW, there's a problem. I love that car, a BMW or Mercedes, Audi, anything. I'm not against this BMW or Mercedes. But I want more and more people to buy Maruti and Indian-made cars. Why? To produce one Maruti car, you need 20 people. Whereas to produce one BMW thing, you need only 6 people because it is very automated process. 20 people get more employment, that is more spending in the economy. Another thing, Maruti does not take the profit out of India. BMW or Audi or anybody fellows will take profit out of India because they have right for repatriation of profit. To make this Bharat spend, there is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employee Generation Scheme, Manrega. What is that Manrega does? It will give employment for 180 to 240 days for rural poor. You start doing that. I will give you an example what John Maynard Keynes, one of the finest economists, unluckily he never got Nobel Prize. He died before Nobel Prize was started to be given in economics. Do you know, a British economist was appointed as a chief economic advisor for a government of America, as against a lot of people opposed it when during depression. But do you know what he told? Build infrastructure, provide employment. This is an item that government of India decides to build infrastructure. It's not that our roads are that great. Okay, and it is a time that we can actually issue, like our current prime minister did it when he was a chief minister. He issued with approval of Reserve Bank of India, he issued a bond to develop roads of Gujarat, and it was very successful. So why can't we just issue a bond, pump that money to Manrega, give that employment, or not only for 180 days, give them for 364 days, give them that money, they will start spending. They will start buying your soaps, which are indigenously produced. They will not go for an imported thing. They will buy your locally produced stuff. I think Manrega is one thing where you have to ensure the government pushes. Few state governments have understood the importance of Manrega and they have done it very well. But few are in a slumber sleep. I don't know when the sleeps can be awakened. Another option is that stabilize. Our banks are in a very bad shape. According to Moody's and S&P, Standard and Poor's credit rating agency, Indian banks need a $2.4 billion to revive themselves. Vijay Mallya's, Mr. Nirav Modi's, and so many other people have actually saw a loophole in our banking system and exploited them. That is his item to you actually do this. Luckily, government also has moved in a right direction in this in terms of consolidation. They also not only need to consolidate the banks, even insurance company. In terms of general insurance, there are 8 government of Indian companies which are competing against each other. If they are consolidated well, it actually brings lot of unified revenue. Non-banking finance companies. 40% of your working capital for your companies are got by these NBFCs. Revive them. After ILF and S scam, after the suicide of Mr. Siddharth of Cafe Coffee Day, we realized how important was the role of NBFCs. Strengthen them. Bring more control because they have money for giving working capital. Dependency only on banks is not a right decision. Incentives to fintech. Today, I never used, my personally, at 43, I can openly tell, I never used your Paytms or Google Pay. Pandemic, the scare of going to the ATM and bank enabled me to download your Phone Pay, your Google Pay, name it, I have downloaded. And I have learned it is easy. Encourage them. The entire concept of tracking black money, it will be easier if you encourage them. How can you encourage them? Encourage them by actually giving tax concessions. Encourage them to get involved, attach them with public sector banks so that they can actually do. SBI has done an excellent job in terms of digitalizing. Though pioneers in core banking, they also have become pioneers in fintech technologies. If you do this, tapping the unbanked market, though Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana a few years back brought a dramatic change in the banking inclusions, but then there's a long way to go. But incentives to fintech will actually make us run faster. It will be like the resurrection of RCB after 13 years. It will be such momentous thing. That is very, very important. Another very important, 30 to 35% of your GDP is got by the small scale industry. They are one of the largest employment provider. This MSME, micro, small and medium scale enterprises are the fellows who have 48% of their entities in the semi-urban and rural areas. These are the people who you encourage them, give packages. I would like to state one example. I think those who are staying in Bangalore will know there's an area called as Rajaji Nagar Industrial Area. This was the first industrial area constructed in India for small scale industries, early 70s. It changed the pace of industrialization in Bangalore. Though Bangalore was a very sleepy town in 60s, it had any industrial activity in Bangalore was only through big public sectors like HAL, HMT, BHL, BEML, etc. But the stimulus of being an industrialized and fastest growing city in the country became only when there was an assigned concession given to SSI units. Some similar packages is needed. When Rajajinagar industrial area was created, power was given to them 24/7 at a consumer rate, not at an industrial rate for first 2 years. Imagine that changed the shape of industries. So this is a very, very, what you call important. And you know what? Before concluding, I just wanted to tell, I think your mothers are a better person to tell that healthier economy is always an economy which can bring a difference. See the example of New Zealand. New Zealand has done wonders. As we are trying to recover, do you know one thing we need to notice is how we can tackle our health situation. COVID exposed us very badly. COVID exposed how inequipped. See, we had dengue, we had malarias. We were very inequipped. We ignored it, but COVID exposed us very huge, absolutely very huge. Okay, COVID exposed us like being a football fan, I can relate. COVID exposed like how Barca was exposed, how Messi got accepted, how Real Madrid won. Yeah, and Real Madrid won, trust me, it was a heartbreaking thing. But then, yeah, it was an exposure that something very bad is with Barca. Similarly, something is very bad with Indian economy. We spend only 2% of our GDP on health. There's a shortage of beds. Do you know, just few kilometers from Bangalore, there is a small town in Ramnagar. There, actually, there's only one district hospital. Anything big, they have to travel to Bangalore. Have you ever seen the traffic which comes in Mysore Road? There are only 3 art specialty centers in Karnataka. There are more than 180 districts in India which do not have even a district hospitals. Private care hospitals in India are booming. Oh my God, first class. Narayana Health City, you have in one in Andhra Pradesh, you have one of the finest healthcare facilities. But what about the poor? It is pathetic. So if in a path of recovery, we need to concentrate on our health, spend more than 2% on our GDP. That this is one of the need of the hour, because if you do not do this, remember today government of India spent 8% of their GDP on managing COVID patients from the reserve funds of Prime Minister. But then imagine if we had a facility. Imagine if at all we were like Switzerland, New Zealand. Imagine if at all we were like Germany. Today, I wouldn't have talked about India in unparalleled times. Today, I would have not talked that $5 billion dream will take more years to become a reality. Everybody is telling by 2021 we'll recover. Yeah, we may recover. But then what is that recovery rate? In 1990, India and what you call China suffered the same amount of economic distractions. China today is an economic superpower. Officially, IMF told they are the world's largest economy. Everybody is creating a UFO. Oh my God, that Bangladesh is going to beat us. If we have the same attitude what currently we are having, why Bangladesh? Even Bhutan can beat us. A reality, a right approach. Not criticizing anybody. This is an high time that we have to take a right approach to come back, accept the fact we are not doing well, and do a right approach so that we actually can recover. I would thank all these sources for me to do these sessions, especially some television networks with the documentaries which have taken hugely amount of data. Any questions? I'm there to answer. Thank you for having a patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, to share your profound ideas with us. Now we have some questions from our participants. And the first question is it better to have an alternative of Facebook developed in India or FDI from Facebook or any other tech companies?
Nice question, whoever has asked it. It is better to have our own Facebook. Why? Majority of the employment is here. The profit is stays back in your country. That's why it is better we to have. And another very important thing, all social media giants steal our data. So if this data is stolen, if it is with us only, it is better situation. Only because profit repatriation does not happen and we need that money for right now for India. I still prefer to have our own tech social media giant.
So moving on to the next question. Ma'am, is there a difference between Indian economy and Bharat economy?
Yes, lot of difference between Indian economy and Bharat economy. Indian economy do not stimulate progress of Indian products. Bharat rural economy is the one which buys our Indian products. They are the fellows who are the biggest spenders for Indian commodity, and they are the fellows who stimulate Indian companies' growth. So there is a huge difference. There is one question which Ashita. Street vendors contribute more than 50% of the GDPs. No, they don't contribute 50%, Shita, but yes, they contribute a substantial amount for our GDP. Yes, they need to be uplifted. And mind you, they are a source of easy availability of spending. Another thing is that we do not account them properly, and we always push them okay, fine, they're unorganized sector, tapping an unorganized sector. Ashita, I would like to also tell you, RBI by its own admission has said that 48% of the economy runs an unorganized sector. So we have to tap them, we have to help them. Yes, Ishika.
Ma'am, so the next question is, how will India deal with automation in manufacturing industries?
I would tell like how Germany dealt with automation. I think Second World War, when Second World War happened, all of us know Germany was in like doldrumic situation. They were like sophisticated beggars. But then Germany gave a concession. Today, if at all you see Volkswagen doing business, or RD doing well, as German automation is everywhere, is because of the concession where German government gave them. Right now, you encourage automation, reduce their taxes, and train your employees for other skilled jobs. Though the Skill India program is trying to do a lot, you have to accept automation and train your citizens for that automotive industries. Mind you, automation does not reduce your job. Only automation requires skilled laborer, which we do not have.
Thank you once again, ma'am. It's been indeed a pleasure to listen to your valuable thoughts. Now it's time to introduce our second speaker of the session, Dr. Varsha Agarwal. Dr. Varsha Agarwal presently works as an assistant professor and research cell coordinator at Center for Management Studies, Jain, deemed to be University. She has more than 7 years of academic and research experience. She has completed her MBA in Finance and Marketing from ICFAR Business School, Gurugram. She did her PhD in the field of healthcare quality from Christ University. She has gained advanced level proficiency in research data analysis software like SPSS, AMOS, structural equation modeling, and R, and has taken many workshops for faculty members, postgraduate, and undergraduate students. She is certified for data analysis skills from Harvard University and Johns Hopkins University. She has published papers in many national, international reputed, and Scopus Index journals, including SAGE and Emerald. She has presented many papers at various prestigious institutions such as IIM Ahmedabad, IIM Bengaluru, and IIM Kozhikode, etc. She has also won Best Paper Awards. Her area of interest is versatile, which includes data analysis techniques, healthcare, entrepreneurship, e-commerce, accounting, and foreign exchange. Now, let's welcome Dr. Varsha Agarwal to apprise us on the topic, the invincible power of goal setting. Before we commence with the session, there are a few instructions for the participants. Keep your camera switched on throughout the session. Fill feedback form for each session to receive certificate. And post your questions in the chat box to be taken up after the presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ishika. Am I audible? Dear participants, welcome to the session 2 of today's symposium. And the topic which I'm going to speak is on the invincible power of goal setting. And just now you had a session on Indian economy, and you know that what are we doing currently and how the phase is. So this session, my intention is to motivate you all that how you just focus on goal setting and how you can change your life. As a student, it's very important for all of you, or as an individual, no matter what you do, you are a student or you're a faculty or you are a person with having a high profile job or you are unemployed or employed. In all the cases, it's very important for a person to have a goal in life. A goal is certainly not the only thing which is related to money. It can be anything which you want to achieve in your life. So how do you set your goal and how it changes your life and why it is very much important for you to focus? There are various stories that we hear for motivation and all, and still not able to what you want. What is the reason why we are not able to achieve what we want? Because it is we that we have to work, and still the problem happens that whatever is the agenda, whatever is the objective that you have set for yourself, still you are not able to achieve it. What are the reasons? How to set a goal? How to achieve them? What are the footsteps to achieve that? This session is basically intending to motivate you to achieve all those and fulfill those steps so that you can reach and you can achieve the goal which you have set for yourself. What is a goal? Goal is an objective, what you want to get in your life. It's simply a target, okay, which an individual intends, and nobody tells me my goal. It is me, it is I who needs to set this goal. How do I achieve this goal? That is very important for me. So first of all, I need to know that what is a goal. Goal is an objective for me which I want to achieve in my life. When I see a goal, I should not see anything else. What is the difference between dream and goal? Dream, it's just a fantasy. I might achieve it, I might not achieve it, I might work for it, I might not work for it. It can just be something which can never happen also. It might be something which I cannot execute also, or it can be something where I do not have a plan only how to reach. So dream is basically a fantasy, but goal is a target where I want to reach. I have a plan to reach. I have an objective, what I exactly want to achieve in my life. So there is a difference between dreaming and setting a goal for yourself. Anybody can dream. Anybody can set a goal also. But can everybody achieve it? No. That's not possible for everybody to achieve a goal. Uh, Ishika, can you just tell me am I audible or not?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible now.
Okay, fine. Done. So guys, I was telling you about the difference between dream and goal. So dream, as I told you, it is not realistic. You might dream that one day you will fly, but can you achieve it? Do you have a plan for it? I'm not telling you that you cannot fly, but how do you reach there? Do you have any plan to do that? No. So that's how you have to differentiate what is a dream, what is a goal. So goal is crystal clear. This is the place where I want to reach. Okay, I want to become this type of person, or I want to become a person with having this much turnover of business, or something like that. I have a goal in my life which I need to achieve. These are the three basic steps. How do you set your goal? It's a process. Okay. So what you want to accomplish, first of all, you need to decide that this is what I want to accomplish in my life. Then you need to have a plan. This is what I will do every day to reach there. It is not going to happen the moment you think it. You have to make a plan for it. The moment you make a plan for it, and then you have to start working on it. So work on your plan to achieve the result what you desire. That is how it this process gets completed. If I tell you the importance of setting goals, okay, why should you set a goal in your life? You have any idea? Okay, I want to open a restaurant. I want to open a shop for me, or I want to marry, let us say, or I want to have a job, or I want to complete a course, or I want to travel the world. It can be anything. Okay, so it can be any idea. Idea you have to convert into a doable milestone. How you are going to do it. Then you need to control the direction. Okay, how, where are you moving? Where are you heading yourself? How are you going to achieve it? And then concentrate and use your time. How many hours, how many minutes you want to spend? Let us say you are sitting on 150 kg today. You want to reach to 75. So how many hours of exercise you want to give on daily basis? What you want to eat every day? You have to have a plan. You have to, and then in the end, you have to be positive. That's the most important thing. Be positive towards your goal. This is you, that you have to believe that I have set a goal for myself and I am going to achieve it. How will I achieve it? I have a plan in my mind which I execute. I devote my time every day basis productively on this plan, and then I am positive. No matter what people say about you, you keep on executing the steps which you have set for your goal, and then slowly you are going to reach there. How do you set your goal? Okay? You have to choose a goal which is worthwhile. It should not happen that after achieving that goal, you yourself say that what I have achieved, it is not worth. That should not happen. You wanted to become an engineer, you have become an engineer today, and then you say that no, it was not my goal. Then why did you spend so much time there? What is the point? If you only see that my goal is not worthwhile to achieve, what is the point? That should not happen. So goal, you need to set a goal which is worthwhile to achieve. The moment you achieve it, you need to feel the hard work you have put in to achieve that goal. Opt for goals that are achievable, as I already told you. Have a plan with you. Okay, just don't have a fantasy. Make your goals specifically what you want to actually have. Okay, it should be specific. I want to become an engineer. I want to travel the world. How much money I have, which countries I want to visit, with whom I want to visit, how do I'm going to arrange it. Everything I need to have a specific plan for me. And then you have to be committed to your goals. If you're not committed to your goals, you're not going to have it. Set deadlines to accomplish your goals. By when I need to reduce my weight, by when I need to finish the travel of the entire world, by when I need to finish skydiving, by when I want to finish my degree, by when I need to finish my studies, okay, or by when I want to start my own business. So you have to have a deadline, and then you need to divide that time on every day. Divide that into piece of work every day. How much you are doing. Evaluate your goals. Keep on evaluating it. Maybe something wrong you have set for yourself. If you keep on evaluating it, you will come to know. Let us say today night you are about to sleep and you have seen some WhatsApp status, or you are going through social media. Suddenly, that idea clicks in that I want to become a stand-up comedian. You start working on it. 1 month, 2 months, you start working on it, and after 2 months, you just lose interest in it. Why? Because you didn't evaluate it. You just set it. You started working on it. Did you evaluate it? The thing important for me 7 days back, is it same? Is it having the same importance today for me? Achieve it, you need to reward yourself. Let's say you set your target that every day I'm going to study for 8 hours, and for 1 month you have this goal. After 1 month, when you have achieved it, after that, what you are going to do? You have to reward yourself that I have accomplished it. I hope I'm making sense here. Okay. Now we need to decide which are the steps. So there are 7 steps. Okay. If we uh, work on these 7 steps, definitely we will achieve. What should be my goals and how should I achieve them? So first of all, this is the approach which we follow. Smart. The goal should be smart. Okay. And I want all of you to spend a minute here and think about it and post in the chat box what can be your goal. All of you can think and post in the chat box. The parameter is smart. Your goal should be smart. Thinking on these parameters: specific, measurable, action based, realistic, time bound. I hope all of you have something in your mind now. What is your smart goal? Means, what is your specific goal? Is it measurable? Is it action based? Is it realistic? Is it time bound? What is your smart goal? Keep on thinking. Post in that box. Why I'm telling you to post in that box? Not for me. It's for you. The moment you write something, there are high chances you are going to do it. It's just not a dream. The moment I'm able to write it on a paper, I am going to have a plan. High probability is there that I am going to write it, I am going to achieve it. Okay. So I have got so many responses here. Somebody wants to finish a BBA in 3 years. Somebody wants to become a $200 billion worth real estate business. Somebody wants to have short-term goals. Okay. And somebody is telling that I want to have a realistic goal. So somebody is telling that they are a KS. Somebody wants to travel across the world. Somebody is telling me be happy always. Very nice. My smart goal is to finish the ACCA papers, be a happy person. My goal is to become a successful state businessman. Okay. I want to pursue higher studies and look after my family. Very nice. So everybody is having a smart goal in their life. Is there anybody who is not having a goal? There is a now I would like to tell you a few small stories here. There was a person who was asking for a way. Okay, he was on the midway of a road, and to a fellow mate, he just asked that where this road goes. The person asked him that where do you want to go? He responded that I can go anywhere. I can go anywhere. The person to whom he asked the way or the address or the road where it goes, he responded, when you do not know only that where you want to go, what difference it makes that where this road is going? Because you do not have any goal, so where your life is heading, you are also not bothered. What you want to get in your life, it does not bother you. So you need to know that what you want to achieve, where you want to go in your life, where your life is heading towards. If you want to be happy, that is also a goal. It's not like that earning money or having a career is only a goal. If you want to be happy all the time, then also you have to practice it everyday basis. You need to forgive so many people daily basis. You need to work on your goals on daily basis. You need to make friends daily basis. You need to serve your society daily basis. Then only you will be happy. You decide that I want to be happy for my lifetime, and then you're keeping grudges with people. You're not able to forgive them. You are not able to keep a good health. You are not able to have a good food. In that case, how will you remain happy? You have just we just say simply that I just want to be happy in my life. Is it so easy? You have to achieve that also. You need to maintain simplicity. You need to leave all those ill feelings from your mind. Then only you will be happy. So again, it is a goal for your life to be happy every day. You need to be happy every day, every hour. For that, you need to have meditation, you need to have exercises, you need to take care of your body, you need to take care of your family, you need to take note of many things, and then only you will be happy. Now you need to work on these 7 steps. Which are those 7 steps? Decide what you want. Write it. Okay. Now all of you, most of you have posted in the chat box that what you actually want. Post in the write it. Okay. Whatever you want to become, you want to somebody has written you want to become prime minister of nation. I will not laugh at your goal. And if you bother about that, people are laughing at your goal, then you will never be able to achieve it. If you see in the world whatever grave achievements have happened, people were laughing. You will listen to so many stories when people, those who are great people from history, once facing criticism or sarcasm from people that you are doing whatever something you are doing is mad, because you decided that you want to achieve, so you went because something was in your mind and you believed in yourself. So decide what you want. Work out the conflict. What is troubling you? Maybe you want to have education, you don't have money. You want to travel the world, you do not have money. You want to stay happy, but you have a lot of commitments. You want to enter into politics, you want to enter into military, you want to serve the nation, you want to become an academician, you want to become a doctor, but there is a problem. Look out those problems. What are the challenges to achieve that? Maybe I want to exercise every day 3 hours, but my office hours do not allow me to do that. What do I do in that case? There are problems. If it was so easy, everybody would have achieved it. Note down the problems. Note down what is troubling you. First, you write what you want to achieve. Then you write what exactly is there any problem coming in between you and your goal. What are those hurdles? What are those conflicts which are coming in your way? Visualize the goal. Now you know what you want to achieve. You know the problems. Start visualizing it. Once you achieve it, how your life will be. Start imagining. Maybe your dream is to have a luxury car. Start imagining how your life will be with that car, how your life will be with a graduation degree, how your life will be once you get a post graduation degree from abroad, how your life will be after placement, how your life will be once you know a new language, probably spending 6 months to know a new language. Visualize how you are going to talk to people after that. Maybe you want to do the entire makeover. You want to look beautiful. You want to become a bodybuilder. You want to become a sports person. You want to learn a new musical instrument. You want to develop a hobby. So in 2 years, you start from today and you start learning an instrument and you know that. Visualize. How will you look once you achieve this goal? What difference it will make in your life? What will change in your life? Put your difficulties in perspective with your goal. What is more important? your difficulties, or the goal. You cannot get up early in the morning, but you want to have a very good health. You want to become successful in your college life. You want to become successful in your family life. You want to become successful in your office life. But the problem is my laziness, and I'm not able to overcome it. That is, you need to decide what is more important: lying down in the bed for 2 more hours in morning, or going for a jog or walk for those 2 hours in the morning. Am I okay with not achieving this goal? I have set a target for myself that I want to lose this much weight. Or let us say my office hours from 9 to 9, and I want to learn a musical instrument. How I'm going to find a time? My problem is I do not have time, but I want to learn this instrument. You need to decide what is important. Can I sleep 1 hour lesser every day? And that 1 hour I can spend on learning this instrument, and then again go back. Follow those steps. Write your goal. Write the difficulties. Visualize it, and then compare. Your difficulty is more important, or to achieve your goal is more important. Push yourself. Push yourself. There is a lot we want to achieve, but due to hurdles, we are not able to. Be just as aware of the road to achieve your goals as you are of the goals themselves. What is the road ahead? How many steps every day you are taking on that road to achieve your goal? Every day, how much you are ready to walk? Today you could not walk. Today you could not complete the task. Are you ready to compensate it tomorrow? You have done tomorrow's task today itself. You need to reward yourself tomorrow. Do not relax. Don't just settle down that I have taken 5 steps extra today, so tomorrow I can relax. No. Everybody, I think, is aware about the story of that rabbit and tortoise. Consistency, very important. Maintain your pace, very important. Okay, every day you need to go on this road. What is the road to destination? Keep on going there. Ask yourself, is this really important for me? I told you, I wanted to learn a language, and I have put all my heart and soul in that. Or maybe I wanted to do a course. I have done that. After achieving that skill or after doing that course, now I am asking myself, no, there is no point in doing that. The moment you are setting your goal, all these steps have to be done that time only. Is it so important for me? But for this thing, I will get up every day 2 hours early. Is it that important for me? If the answer comes yes, then yes, definitely you have to overcome all those challenges. Definitely you need to walk.
Dear participants, the speaker will be joining in a minute.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. About our goals. As I was telling you that the self-discipline and courage is required to achieve your goal. Nobody is going to tell you every day that what you are supposed to do. And whatever difficulties you have in achieving your goal, whatever is coming in between, you need to have that courage to overcome it. It can be a financial challenge, it can be emotional, it can be physical. Let us say that you have decided that every day you're going to run 5 kilometers per day. The moment you start doing it first day, you're not even able to cross 500 meters. The moment you decided that I will study every day 3 hours, and first day you are not able to study even half an hour. You decided that I am going to learn a new foreign language, but first day you are not able to understand a single letter. What you are going to do in that case? Are you going to leave it? Is that the option? No. You don't need to leave it. You need to have the courage to push yourself. Little bit extra effort is required. Make it a habit. Passion needs to be there. Keep yourself motivated and positive and keep going. This is your goal that you need to achieve. Nobody else is going to tell you. You decided to learn a new foreign language. You decided to learn a new musical instrument. You decided to travel the entire globe. You decided to pursue your postgraduate. You need to overcome all those difficulties. You need to maintain the discipline of working on your goal every day. You need to have that courage to overcome all those difficulties which are coming in your way. Maybe your parents are not agreeing that you should travel the world. What you're going to do in that day? You need to convince them. You need to earn money. You need to have arrangements how you're going to travel the world. Maybe your health is not good, which does not allow you to travel. What you're going to do that? You need to have a plan. You need to build your immunity. You need to go for practice sessions. You need to do all those things, and you need to most importantly have the courage. Do not give up on your goals. I cannot achieve it. If you can write it, if you can make a plan for it, if you can visualize it, if you can write the difficulties, definitely you can do it. Why many of the people do not set goals? What is the reason? Why only few people are there who are successful? Why others are only just regretting that this is the one thing I wish I could have achieved? When you see your friends and then you regret, oh, this I could have also done. What is the reason that everybody is not able to do it? Why many people do not set goals? So, first point is pessimistic attitude. You think that it's not going to happen. No, not my cup of tea. So, the beginning only when you're having the pessimistic attitude, it's not going to happen anyways. You think that your teacher pushes you, your teacher motivates you that you are the person who can top the class, you are the person who can do well in your presentations, you are the one who can do well in your assignments, but you only think that no, I cannot do it, it's not my thing. Then who will do it on your behalf? In the beginning only, if you show the pessimistic attitude, nothing is going to happen. So change that attitude first of all. You are not going to achieve anything with this pessimistic attitude. Leave it. And life is very short to have this pessimistic attitude. Fear of failure. What if I don't achieve it? What if I set a goal and I'm not able to make it? What will happen? Let us say I have enrolled in a course and I'm not able to do this degree. If I fail, what will happen? What my parents will say, what my friends will say, what my peers will say, what my colleagues will say if I fail. So I do not take a chance only with the fear of failure. If you have this fear of failure, you are not going to have anything in your life. and then you have lack of ambition. I'm okay wherever I am. I do not want to achieve anything in my life. I am fine with it. If I sleep every day 14 hours also and I earn lesser money which is required to run my family, I am okay with that. I have no ambition in my life. In that case also people do not set goals. Are you one of them who do not have any ambition in their life, or who are afraid of the failure, or who are having pessimistic attitude? In that scenario only you will not be able to set the goal for yourself. Why this lack of ambition happens? Maybe our family background, or maybe the peer pressure is that, or the environment around us is like that. Okay, maybe people around us are not motivating us enough. That's not the problem. You need to motivate yourself. There is a story which I mentioned here. Okay, a person who was catching fish every day. So whenever he used to catch a fish. If he used to catch a big fish, he used to throw it, and he was only keeping small fishes with him. Why? Because at his home he was having a small fry pan, and he believed that if I am having a small fry pan, I should only catch small fishes. What I'm going to do with this big fish? So what happens in the real life? Let us say your professor or your boss, they offer you a big opportunity. You don't take it up because you are not ambitious. You think that I am not be able to make it up. So you just refuse to take that opportunity. What happens in that case? It is the same case as a big fish you are getting and you just refused it because you are having a small fry pan at your house. Isn't it funny to have this kind of attitude? Opportunity comes to your door and then you just refuse it. There are many chances which you just lose like that because you keep on thinking that whether I will be able to make it or not, whether I will be able to get success or failure, and then you just don't do it. So you are always one step back from your goals. Leave that attitude. Grab the opportunity. Set a goal for yourself. Go mad about it. Okay. And after that, these are few more things which prevent people from setting goals. Fear of rejection. If I don't make it, what people will say? People are not going to say anything about you. They don't even have time to think about you. It is you who is thinking about people. Procrastination. Someday I will set my goals. Today let me relax. Today let me sleep for 2 more hours. Today is Sunday. Today is Monday. This is rainy day. This is winter. This is summer. Keep on happening in your life. So you will never be able to set the goal. You might have low self-esteem also. A person is not internally driven and has no inspiration. So you do not need a goal in your life. You are okay. If people humiliate you, if people say that you are not able to perform in your class or in your office or in your college or at your home, you're okay with it. You have adjusted with that low self-esteem. In that case also, you will your inner self will not push you to set a goal. Ignorance of the importance of goals. Okay? Goals are important and you are not realizing it. You don't, nobody will teach you that how important it is to set a goal. It is you that who has to set a goal for yourself. And then some people do not know only that they should have a goal in their life. For them, the life is just getting up, sleeping, eating, and then relaxing. They do not have any goal in their life because they do not have the knowledge only that they need to have a goal in their life. I again repeat myself, a goal is not necessary to earn money in life. It can be anything. Why to set goals? To take control of your life. You need to focus on important things. It will help you to make decisions. Okay, you will be able to finish your task efficiently. You will be self-confident. Your enthusiasm level will increase. You will be able to make progress and you will be one step closer to success. If you do not have a goal, What will happen in that case? Nothing will happen. There was a small story that a person started digging in the ground. He was searching water. So he just digged it for 10 feet and he didn't find the water. So he started digging it at somewhere else. Again, he digged it for 50 feet. Again, there is no water. He gave up. Again, he started digging another place, and this time it was for 200 feet. Again, nothing he got. He went to another place, and again he started digging it. And this time it was 400 feet. Again, there is no water. What is the moral of the story? If this person keep on digging in the one place, imagine what will happen. Is it possible that he will not get water one day? Definitely he would have got it, correct? If he keep on digging at one place, definitely he will get water. Same thing happens. Today I want to become a cook. Tomorrow I want to become a computer operator. After that I want to become a fashion designer. After that I want to become MBA. Then I want to open my own business. And we keep on digging different places. End result, we reach nowhere. And time and efforts are wasted. So that should not happen. Okay. Why goals fail? What happens? It's like, okay, I have set a goal for myself. I'm enthusiastic, I'm optimistic, even I'm having enthusiasm, I'm having positive approach. But still my goal has been failed. Why? Maybe the goal was not written down. It was just a dream. Maybe there was no reward to achieve the goal. The goal was unrealistic, or I did not even think that how do I plan to achieve it. Maybe the goal was not really believable or little commitment was there. Maybe I was keep on switching my goals every year. This year I want to learn badminton, next year I want to learn table tennis, after that I want to learn chess. What will happen in the end? Neither I could achieve. I wasted 3 years. The person who set the goal has not told anyone else for added accountability, help, and support. You are having challenges. You need help, and nothing is happening. You are not seeking for help. You need a mentor. You need a friend. You're not asking for help. Wherever it is required, ask for help. It can be financially, it can be physically, it can be emotionally. Anywhere you might need a help, ask for it. Go for it. Tell people that this is your goal and you need help in that case. The goal was not incorporated into a realistic plan. You did not have a timeline, or you might not have. Sometimes it might also happen that you are not having sufficient resources, due to which you are not able to achieve your goal. That is also possible. So now this is your task. You need to imagine yourself 10 years from now. You need to write it down. What you want to become after 10 years. What we want to become in 10 years will not happen in one day. These 10 years you have to work for it. Getting it? You need to divide. In first year, how much I will achieve. In second year, where will I reach? So the moment you sit, you imagine yourself after 10 years, what you want to have. So after 10 years, maybe today you are 20-year-old. You want to have a family. You want to get married. You want to have a good business or a good job in your hand. You want to have a good saving. You want to have your own vehicle. Maybe this is the way you want to see yourself after 10 years. Or it can be anything else as well. You want to set up your own business today itself, and after 10 years, you want to become a person who is having his own identity with a good turnover. You want to have your own listed company. Maybe you want to enter into politics. So you need to imagine what we actually want to achieve. it's very important. It's not funny that people tell you to write your goal. Actually, if you want to achieve it, you have to write it. That is the reality. If you think that, oh my God, there is nothing that I have to write, I can achieve it. No. This pen and paper plays very important role in your life. Have a diary for yourself. If I give you my example, I write. In one diary, I write what I need to do tomorrow. I write it. And when my day ends, I maintain a separate diary where I write what I have done today. How did I spend my day today? When I write that thing in diary, maybe I watched a movie, maybe I played 2 hours with my children, maybe 2 hours I browsed to Google, maybe 1 hour I spent on writing a paper, maybe 3 hours I taught my students. Everything I write, how my 24 hours I have spent makes very much difference in my life. Now the role comes of writing. Imagine every day you are writing like this. Imagine I am not doing anything every day. I am just getting up at 10 o'clock morning. I have my breakfast. 12 o'clock again I sleep. Then at 2 o'clock I get up. Again I have lunch. Again I sleep. Watch a movie. Have my dinner and sleep. Now just imagine for a minute this routine you are writing in a diary everyday basis. Just imagine what will happen to you after 7th or 8th day. Will you yourself will not ask a question to you, what I am doing with my life? Is it the way I'm going to spend my life? Is it the way I'm going to spend my 20 hours, 24 hours in a day by sleeping, eating, and relaxing? This is the power of writing. The moment you start writing how you spend your today's day and what are you going to do tomorrow. Now, just imagine tomorrow if I write in my diary that tomorrow I will sleep for 18 hours, I will have 4 meals. That's it. And I think everybody who is just imagining or visualizing it with me, they will be able to see the impact of it. Just imagine you are only writing these 3 sentences in your diary every day for 7 days. I am damn sure it will change your life. You yourself will start asking yourself what I am doing with my life. This is not the way I want to live my life. Where I want to go, where I'm reaching with this daily routine. What is my goal? And then definitely you will start writing what you want to achieve. This is the power of writing. So this pen and paper will have a very significant role in your life. So believe it. So as I told you that imagine yourself what you want to achieve. So after 10 years, you want to reach here. Today, for next 2 years, what you want to do. For next 5 years, where you want to go. And then in the next 5 years, how it will happen. So short-term goal, medium term, and long term. You will not build an empire of $1,000 billion in one day. It will happen in bits, part, small pieces. You need to work every day. You need to add everything, and then it will happen. Here are some examples I have taken. How a smart goal looks like. So I want to be a relaxed, peaceful, loving person, which most of you told me that you want to be a happy person. So it is a specific goal. Measurable. I will be able to keep my cool, not lose my temper, and feel more inner peace. Achievable. I will achieve this goal by meditating at least one per day on love. I have to do this meditation. This meditation motivates me to love people more. It can be the family, it can be animals, it can be environment. Okay, realistic. This goal encompasses all my other desires and wishes. And time. I am giving myself 3 months. So it is the 21st October 2020, and I'm feeling in control of my emotions. Okay, when you are setting your goal, you should not be very happy, you should not be very sad. You should be in a balanced mode. And then you set your goal. Relax. comfortably. Then you need to set your goal. So now I now feel a kind of background bliss that enables me to remain calm even when challenged. Somebody provokes me, I'm not going to lose my temper. So this is my goal. Second example, I want to be making a living from my new business. I need to have at least 50,000 rupees profit per month. So I know other people that have done it in the same business. It is realistic? Yes, it is. How much time it will take? 12 months I'm giving myself. So maybe in first month I'm only earning 5,000 rupees profit. By the time I reach to 6 or 7 months, I am on 25,000 rupees profit. And then the moment I'm about to finish the year, I am earning the 50,000 rupees profit. So this is how in bits and parts I need to work every day. It cannot happen that 11 months you close your business and the 12th month you just start running and earning 50,000 rupees profit. Can it happen? No, it will not happen that way. It is like that when you imagine your entire semester syllabus, which you could not finish in 4 months. You think that in the overnight I will finish the entire syllabus and I will get good marks. It does not happen that way. Every day you need to work on it. There is no shortcut. So what is the actual statement? It is the 21st October and I'm making rupees 50,000 profit per month from my business. This is how I want to visualize myself after 1 year. This 1 year, every day I have to work on it. This is a kind of chart which you can make yourself. It is a detailed one. You can simplify it according to your wish, according to your goal. So there are five main things which you need to mention there. Should be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. So there are few questions which you need to ask yourself and answer those. Believe me, it looks like a very tiny exercise that why I need to write all that. I know all this. Whom do I'm telling? You are telling it to yourself. You're not telling it to anybody else. But still, it is very important to write it. What do I want to accomplish? Why do I want to accomplish? What are the requirements? What are the constraints? How will I measure my progress? How will I know when the goal is accomplished? How can the goal be accomplished? What are the logical steps I should take? Is this a worthwhile goal? Is this the right time? Do I have the necessary resources to accomplish this goal? Is this goal in line with my long-term objective? How long will it take to accomplish this goal? When is the completion of the goal due? When am I going to work on this goal? And have a realistic timeline. You want to lose 20 kg and you are giving yourself 1 week. Can it happen? Even if you starve yourself fully, it will not happen. So set a timeline which is realistic. You don't need to beat yourself very high to achieve your goal. You know your capacity. You can push yourself every day, little, little. Okay. So that is how you need to set your goal. And then it will change your life completely, provided you start writing your goals. So now I'm open for queries.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful session. So I would like to request Pooja to come up to pick some questions from our participants. Yes, so there are a few questions, and the very first one it is there any difference between aim and a goal?
Okay, I will take the questions from chat box. Uh, just give me a second. Okay, so the question I have got here is it a good idea to go for counseling session if one is distracted either personally or professionally? Will it be helpful? Yes, I always recommend that whenever you need help, always ask for it. If you think that you are not able to decide it, let us say, see, this is one thing that let us say I'm not able to decide a goal for myself. I might go to my parents. I might ask my friends. I might ask my classmates or my colleagues, whomsoever I trust. Or I might go for a counseling session as well. The counseling session is not only for people who are in depression. It can be for career building. It can be for anything, whatever you want to have, do in your life. So definitely you should go for it. There is no harm in asking help. If you are not able to set a goal for yourself, ask people whom you trust, who are your well wishers, that what you should do in your life. How should you proceed henceforth? Maybe they are the people who will be able to set a goal for you. That can also happen. Okay, there is a question from Shrenik, I think. Is dreaming about goals go hand in hand? There are a lot of quotes which you will be seeing on internet everywhere that whatever you want to achieve, you need to dream about it. Okay, there is no harm in dreaming. You should always dream. You should always dream. Daytime or nighttime, you should always have a dream. But then you need to understand the difference between a dream and goal as well. There is a difference, which I've told you. There is a difference in I want to fly and I want to take a flight to the globe. One is dream, one is a goal. I think Pooja has joined us now.
Okay, ma'am. I'll take up the next question. How do we reward ourselves after achieving our goals?
I'll tell you a very simple thing. Let us say that today I was supposed to finish chapter. I was supposed to read the chapter in fully, and I was supposed to make notes. And I decided that I'm going to give myself 8 hours for that task. I finished the task within 5 hours. I have 3 hours bonus with me. This 3 hours is my time. I can watch a movie. I can go out with my friends. I can sleep also. That is a reward for me. Bonus time for me. I can do whatever I want in these 3 hours. These 3 hours I have earned because I finished my task within the stipulated time which I gave to myself. This 3 hours is my reward. I will do in these 3 hours what I enjoy the most, which re-energizes me. Maybe talking to my friend, maybe watching a movie, maybe cooking, maybe playing with the children, maybe just sleeping, something, anything. That is a reward. Any other questions you have?
Yes, ma'am. Does time management play a crucial role in setting the goals?
Yes, very much. How do you manage your time? I've taken many examples. First of all, I know how to manage my time. Okay, I want to study. I want to go for a part-time job. I want to have a meal for myself. I need to buy grocery for myself. I need to sleep also. I need to take care of my body also. I need to take care of grooming also. I need to manage time, prioritize. Like I say, I like myself grooming so much. So every week I'm giving myself 3 hours. Those 3 hours I'm not doing anything except I'm just spending those 3 hours on grooming myself. So that is how you manage time. It's all about your priority, where you want to divide your time. Everybody has 24 hours only. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Now the last question. Sometimes we can't be specific. We might get confused. So what to do when we can't set goals?
Again, I will tell you the same thing. Let us say that there are two scenarios. One, you are not able to set a goal for yourself. In that case, you ask your people whom you trust upon that what should I do? I am good at this, but I do not know what to do. They will help you to set your goal. Example, you have already set a goal for yourself, but now you are confused. Maybe you are not able to achieve it. Maybe you are not liking it. Maybe you think that you have lost interest in this goal. In that case, again, first of all, do the self introspection. You know yourself better than anybody else. You are the one who knows your strength and weaknesses better than anybody else. What you can do and what you cannot do, both the things you know yourself better. So maybe your first plan it could not work out. You were not able to achieve what you wanted to. Rework on your goal, reset it. But it should not be a habit of resetting goal every time. One or two times it's okay, but every time, every year, if you change your goal, then you know that where you are going to ending with.
So thank you once again, ma'am, for enlightening us with your wonderful thoughts. Our next speaker of the session is Dr. Umakant S. Dr. Umakant S. is an associate professor and head of department at Center for Management Studies, Jain deemed to be University. He is an MBA graduate from Bangalore University and got his doctorate in the area of management in finance. As accounting is his area of expertise, finance is his area of passion. He has 15 years of experience teaching at graduate, postgraduate, and professional level. He has served in various institutions in different capacities for the past 15 years. He is a member of Board of Education and Board of Studies at various colleges such as St. Joseph's, MCC, NCLT, National Baswangudi and Jayanagar College, Jyoti Nivas College, and Jain University deemed to be university. He is associated with various colleges, institutions, and universities for academic and research work in India and overseas. When it comes to research, he has 20 publications to his credit, along with paper presentations, and also invited as the chairperson in various national and international conferences as a keynote speaker. Under his guidance, 5 research scholars have been awarded MPhil degree, while 2 are in the process of submitting their PhD thesis. He has not only accomplished in the field of academics, but also in sports. Being a former national player in the sport of best physique, having represented Karnataka at national level for 7 times, bringing laurels to the state. Fetching to his credit district gold, state gold, university gold, and national silver medals. And here, he's going to deliver his views on the topic, fundamentals of research and finance. Before we commence with this session, there are a few instructions for the participants. Keep your camera switched on throughout the session. Fill feedback form for each session to receive certificate. And post your questions in the chat box to be taken up after the presentation. Over to you, sir.
Hello, can you all hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shiva, Dr. Shiva, and the entire team, and Varsha, Dr. Varsha Agarwal, and entire students for organizing such a wonderful event. So my topic, which has been given to me, is fundamentals of research and finance. So I'm going to talk on few things. First, I would like to enlighten you guys on few things where you are going to put, where I'm going to give a thought, food for thought, where you can do a lot of research, which are the burning topics in economy, Indian economy. So, hello, Varsha, can you hear me? Shiva, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. So now what I do is now I share my screen and I start my session. Before that, my dear students, feel free to ask your questions at the last whenever any doubt which you have. So I'm sharing my screen now. So straight away coming to without further ado, I'm starting with the topic directly. Hope you all can see the screen. Yes. So
Yes, sir.
digital service tax. What is the digital service tax? What has happened to India and why US is upset? My dear friends, let me tell you that US has decided to launch an investigation into digital service taxes that has been adopted or being considered by many national or their trading partners using USTR. What is this USTR? United States Trade Representative 1962, Section 301. US feels all the trading partners are unfairly targeting US tech companies, which is not so in reality, but they do think so. You know why they are thinking so? There are many logical reasons behind it. What are the logical reasons? I am going to explain one by one in bits and pieces. Please listen to me carefully. At the first place, you should know why this DST, not GST, not goods and service tax I'm talking about. I am talking about digital service tax, DST. What is this DST? Why did it come into play? Why many companies are using this? 10 countries, including India, have initiated this kind of tax. Why this DST? See, taxes came into play, digital taxes came into play because of one major reason. That reason is Amazon. Amazon in the year, Amazon for the year 2018, despite bringing in a profit of $10 billion, $10 billion, did not pay a single penny to government as income tax. This raised eyebrow among many lawmakers. Despite making 10 billion dollars, $10 billion they have not paid the tax. How is it possible? My dear students, today top 5 companies in the world, top 5 most valuable company in the world, that is Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Facebook, and Apple. This company offer digital services. They don't pay, they offer digital services sitting in the place where they are without having any offices. They have only digital platform as the service point. They make money. They make a lot of money. Our Finance Act 2020 did not have digital service tax. At the last minute, our central government made an amendment to Finance Act 2020 and brought in digital service tax. These taxes need not be paid by all the companies in India. It has to be paid only by companies which are non-resident in India, which are not incorporated in India, which are not registered in India. These are foreign companies which I am talking about. So this act came into play in India on 1st April 2020. So what is happening now is these companies always used to pay taxes on profits. Pay taxes on profits. They used to have their operation head office in Ireland, have operations in European Union, and have different services in different part of the world. As you all know that company pays taxes on profits. Company pays taxes on profits, not on sales, not on revenue. In corporate language, which I'm talking about, in corporate language, if I talk about, in corporate language, top line is nothing but sales, bottom line is nothing but profit. Top line is sales, bottom line is profit. See, when you say profit, no, this company is to manipulate because they don't have existence in India. For example, a bakery which is there near your house, you can go and easily find out how much they have sold. Morning, how much they have produced, how much they have sold in the in the beginning of the week, end of the week, beginning of the day, end of the day, how much they have produced, how much they have sold, what is left out. You will get clothing stock, sales, everything. You will get it very easily because they have physical presence here. The digital service company you can't track only. It is not possible because they don't exist in India. They don't exist in India at all. Now what to do? Now what to do? So what happens is this company used to always pay taxes on profits, which is to get manipulated. How do you arrive at profit? How do you arrive at profit? That is revenue minus expenses, you arrive at profit. 1,000 rupees is your revenue, 300 rupees is your expenses, 700 rupees is your profit. You have to pay tax on that. If you look at globally today, my dear friends, if you look at globally today, the corporate dividend tax are coming down. Drastically, it is coming down. They are getting the advantage of that also. They are getting the advantage of not paying taxes also. Two advantage. $10 billion, not even paying single pay of taxation. Look at the points, what they're looking into tax, policymakers, how they are looking at it. Very, very, very important. So what happened is, now these countries, the 10 countries, including India, these countries are European Union, Austria, Brazil, Indonesia, Italy, Spain, Turkey, and United Kingdom, including India. These countries started putting DSTs, digital service tax. India is putting a 2% rate of tax, 2% on revenue, not on profit. Now these companies are worried. Why US is worried is, earlier used to pay taxes on profits, the digital service company, now don't pay taxes on profit, pay it on revenue. My dear friends, I'll tell you the most painful point for any economy, any individual, any company, these three people I'm telling you, economy, company, or individual, the most painful point is payment of taxes, number one. Outflow of cash, number two. If you don't touch these 2 points, no, they'll be very happy. If I tell you don't to pay, not to pay taxes, assume the I means government of India. If I tell you not to pay tax, you'll have a big smile on your face. If I tell you not to pay for the services, you'll have a big smile on your face. So you'll be very, very happy. Now these people used to inflate expenses. 1,000 rupees revenue, 700 rupees expenses, 300 rupees profit. They used to show, they used to pay less taxes. Now what has happened? Government understood all this across the globe. What they did? What they did is, now they are telling you, don't pay taxes on profit, pay taxes on revenue. Now you got a dice now, because you have to pay taxes on revenue, not on this. See, if you look at the world map, no, you can see European Union is on this side, Ireland is this side. They will keep Ireland as head office. They will have operation in European Union and other part of the world where taxes are more. Ireland has less taxes, so they will have office there. So less taxes are there. So you are getting every advantage. So US understood all this logic, and they, they started threatening people. We will do investigation, all that. Nobody will bother about anybody today, because nobody is interested except their own growth. Whether it is Indian economy, any economy for that matter, they want to survive. They want to survive. So my dear students, you can have, you can look into this kind of new things, digital service tax, how it is impacting India, what is happening. You can do a lot of research on this, my dear students. So this is one of the areas where you can look into it. And I tell you, what is a non-resident company? A company which does not incorporate in India, which is not registered in India. It is not for all companies. Only non-resident companies existing in India. Non-resident company, they also defined in terms of revenue, 20 million rupees, approximately $268,000. 20 million rupees or $268,000. If you're earning more than this, and if you're a non-resident company, you have to pay taxes of 2% on revenue. Be very, very careful, my dear friends. This is how it works. The most painful point for any person, any economy, any company is these two. Number one is taxes. Number two is outflow of cash. If you don't touch this, US will not have any problem. US will be very happy. They'll be very happy with everybody, all trading partners, because you're allowing them. All this year they've enjoyed their life. Still they want to enjoy their life. It is not going to happen, because people have also become very smart these days. Everybody got this? So I'll move on to the second topic. So you can have, a lot of people can do research on this area, because nobody has touched on this area till now, because it has come into existence now. So you can look at this area and you can do a lot of research. And I'm going to second topic, which I'm going to talk on, is amalgamation of banks. What is amalgamation of banks? What is happening with this? How it happens? Why is amalgamation required? Why government did amalgamation of banks? What was the logical reason behind it? My dear friends, let me tell you, the government has a big vision of achieving 5 trillion economy. 5 trillion economy. My dear friends, you cannot achieve this unless and until you have a strong banking support. Strong banking system for the economy. If you don't have this, you cannot achieve 5 trillion economy. See, there has to be a proper credit flow from banks to industries, industries to people, people to purchase. There has to be a proper credit flow. This cannot happen with money lender, because if you go and take money from money lender, 5% per month, 5 12s are 60%. If you take 1 crore rupees from a money lender, you will end up paying 60 lakh rupees as interest. So where you will earn money, you will go down, you will go negative. Instead of coming in positive, you will go in negative. But if you borrow money from the bank, 1 crore rupees, they will charge you 12, even if they charge you 15%, Where is 15%? Where is 60 lakh rupees? Where is 15 lakh rupees? Where is 60 lakh rupees? How much is the difference? 45 lakh difference. So money lenders cannot make economy grow. Money lender will grow themselves. So if economy should grow, it has to come from banks only. Money should start flowing from bank to industries, industries to customers, customers to back to economy. That's how the circle works. So you should be very careful. Now what happened is Government of India understood instead of having 27 public sector bank, if we have 12 public sector bank, it is easy to make consolidation of banks to have a strong balance sheet to lend loans. Now, how to do it? That is very important thing. How to do it? See, my dear friends, I have shown in my slide. These are the anchor banks. These are the amalgamated banks. Which are the anchor banks? I'm telling you now. Punjab National Bank is the anchor bank. Oriental Bank of Commerce and Bank of India got merged with whom? Punjab National Bank. Canara Bank, Syndicate Bank got merged with Canara Bank. Andhra Corporation got merged with Union Bank of India. Allahabad Bank got merged with Anchor Bank. That is, Indian Bank. Now, my question to is, why Government of India did not merge Syndicate Bank with Indian Bank or Allahabad Bank with Punjab National Bank? So this is what you should know, my dear students. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now what happens with this? See, the thing is that the Shiva, because I'm not able to see anybody, so kindly let me know whenever I tell,
Sure,
am I
sir.
audible, something like that. Please let me know, Shiva. So what
Absolutely,
happens
sir.
is, you should have, my dear students, you should have thinking in such a way that why did bank did not make Allahabad Bank with Punjab National Bank, my dear students? The reason being, Government of India understood one thing: to achieve 5 trillion economy, you should have strong banking support. If you are going to merge weak bank with a weak bank, you're going to create a strong weak bank, which is not good for the economy. Hello? Which is not good for the economy. Now what happened? Now Government of India understood the logic of all this. The Government of India understood somebody is talking in the behind. I'm so sorry. Please kindly mute yourself. I am getting disturbed. I'm so sorry. Hello? Shiva, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Can I
yeah.
ask everyone to keep yourself muted, please?
So what happened is, one sec. Yeah. So now what happened is, these banks, banks under, Government of India understood one thing is that 5 trillion economy can be achieved only when you have a strong banking system. The banking system is merging strong by, weak bank to a strong bank. When you're merging weak bank to a weak bank, you're going to still make economy down. You're going to create a strong weak bank where you cannot handle. Oriental Bank of Commerce and Punjab, United Bank of India got merged with Canara, Punjab National Bank, because they were weak and these were strong. Syndicate Bank with Canara Bank. My dear student, now you should understand what was the logical reason, what and all they considered for this amalgamation of banks. Let me tell you with the research what I have done. See, this is being done with two major things. Number one, hello? Number one, Shiva?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. So, first one is that, your software into consideration. Second one is your geographical consideration. Third one is your regional consideration. Sir, what do you mean by this? This is, assume that you are A bank and B bank. We cannot get merged just like that. It is not that what I want I can do it. It's not like that. Assume that your bank is using A software, I am using B software. We cannot get merged. If you are using A software, I should also use A software to merge. That is one consideration. Second one is, you should be strong, I should be weak, or I should be strong, you should be weak. Software should be same and this should be strong and weak. Then only you can merge. Government made all this analysis. Then what they did is, they merged these banks. For example, I will tell you, Syndicate Bank, I have an account. Syndicate Bank has got merged with Canara Bank. I never got any kind of effect only. Being a customer of the bank, neither my operation was disturbed, nor my transaction was disturbed, nor I got to know how it got amalgamated. Still my IFSC is the same, IFSC have same code, only my passbook got changed. Even today I'm using same ATM card. Syndicate Bank ATM card only I'm using. See, my dear student, this is what I'm telling you. There are many considerations which the government of India does whenever they want to merge anything or do anything. Now you should understand what is the research point that I want you to look into. The research point is whether these companies are financially doing well after merging. Let me tell you, Canara Bank is going at 80 km speed. Punjab National Bank is going at 80 km speed. Because of merger of these banks, this speed has cut down now. They have to look into their own bad look. No, they have this thing called loan book of United Bank of Commerce, that Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank of India. They have to look into the loan book of them also. The burden is very much. I'm telling you the difficulty what bank goes through when they look at the bank's loan book, especially the defaulted one. Defaulted is different, and non-performing asset is different, which I'm going to talk in coming slides. So these are the things. So you should be very careful. Now with the technical background, for example, one more example I'll tell you. Punjab National Bank has phenomenal presence in North India. They never had presence in South India. Now, after merger of this amalgamation of banks or merger of banks, it has got regional consideration. It has phenomenal presence everywhere now, which is very, very, very important, my dear students. Now, what is the research angle that you should look into? After merger, post-merger, what was their performance earlier? What is their performance now? Is it hampering the performance or not hampering the performance? How these banks are taking it up? How these banks are performed after merger? This is the research angle that I want you to see, which is very important consideration that you should look into. And one more thing which I would like to say that whenever bank merger happens, you should all understand one thing: the government backing, the government should not interfere in the process. See, when the government bank is handling the bad loans, government should not interfere. If the government interfere, what happens in the coming slide, I'll tell you guys. So, coming to one more topic of my interest, which recently I was coming across few, information from Lok Sabha. I got some the documentation and I saw that All India Bank Employee Association AIBA, they have announced 2426 willful defaulters. 1,47,000 crore, almost all defaulters. First of all, who is a defaulter? Defaulter is a person who has borrowed, is not able to pay. He is a defaulter. Who is a defaulter? A person who has borrowed and not able to pay is a defaulter. Who is willful defaulter? A person who has borrowed, has the capacity to pay, but he don't want to pay. He has the capacity to pay, he don't want to pay. Willful defaulter. See, in India, we have a lot of willful defaulters like this. Look at the list. Look at the list. Willful defaulters, rupees 200 crores and above. 147 accounts, stands for 67,609 crores. Look at this buddy, Gitanjali Gem Limited. Who is Gitanjali? Hello? Hello? Shiva?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Yeah. So this Gitanjali Gems Limited, what happened is, this is the person, Mehul Choksi, who took the money from Punjab National Bank, ran away. Look at the accounting details, buddy. Look at the kind of things what has happened in Indian economy. Total crores. Look at the value: 4,644, 1,875, 1,745, 1,618. Look at the figures. These are all the willful defaulters. I am not telling this. I am nobody to tell all this. This is the documentation which I've got from Lok Sabha. This is a documentation, public document available. Look at the list. It is so shocking. These people literally have money, but they don't want to pay. So look at the second list. willful defaulters in bank as on 30/9/2019. Look at the amount, total amount. Actually, this amount is not 1,47,350. Two bank details are not available. Union Bank of India, IDBI Bank. According to my personal assumption is that if you add up that, it will be more than 2 lakh crores. 2 lakh crores. Willful defaulters. My God, my God. Money is at Bank of India, leading Bank of India. Leading Bank of India is the leading amount of NPS. Leading Bank of India is leading bank of, look at the willful defaulters. 43,887. 43,887 crores. Punjab National Bank ranks the second one. Bank of Baroda. Look at the details. Syndicate Bank has 1438. My God, my God. How is it possible? How will India will go on this? How will the lawmakers look at this? The problem with India, our economy is that we don't take strict actions. We try to give concession for defaulters. My worry is that you should not give any concession to willful defaulters. They are willful defaulters. The defaulter assume that they, and if business has incurred losses, then does it? How will you handle this kind of people? How will you handle this kind of people? It is not that easy. Look at this gross NPAs. What is an NPA? Non-performing asset. This is one more problem adding to this. Willful defaulter on the one side, non-performing assets on the other side. Look at these figures. 9,50,000 crores. Now look at this. Look at the values. What it is and all that. It is so shocking, so shocking. From 2018 onwards, it is constantly increasing and decreasing, again increasing. The results will not be good for Indian economy. We think of achieving 5 trillion economy. We talk of Atmanirbhar. We talk of self-dependency, Atmanirbhar or self-dependency. How is it possible to achieve? With all this, do you think that it is possible? We have a lot of watchdog for the economy. Reserve Bank of India, Security Injection Board of India, IRDA, n number of watchdogs we have for Indian economy. But what are these people doing? Why are we incurring losses like this? Why we are getting willful defaulters? Why we have NPAs? Because these people understood the weakness of Indian economy. These people have understood the loopholes of Indian economy. They know that nothing can happen to them. Nothing can happen to them. Even if they don't pay, no problem. Nobody will ask them. Time will come. Time will come. The thing is that government should make perfect rules and regulation to handle this. If they definitely make it, they can reduce it. It is not that something impossible. Nothing like that. Definitely they can reduce this. Over a period of time, it has to be, it should not be given to, there are many agencies who look after all this, but they have to be given proper instructions. There should not be interference of any work. If I am doing any work, there should be no interference. Assume that I am from government. I am doing any work religiously, I should not have any interference. If you interfere in this will keep growing. India cannot achieve 5 trillion economy. Only we have to talk Atmanirbhar, self-dependency. We have to keep talking, we will not achieve anything. Following. So with these three topics, I have spoken on the research. Now the research point for this one. What you can do is look at this slide. So we have willful defaulters of these banks, correct? You can make a lot of research study on this only. How these companies that you are giving loans, when the loans was given, you have to make research, it is available. You have to make research, it is available. You can definitely get the information, but it should have your proper sources. If you have your proper sources, definitely get information. You can compare it, you can make a comparative study about willful defaulters, about NPAs, lot of study can be done. See the previous studies, you'll get to know. See, when you want to do research, research is one thing which is not liked by everybody. Out of 100 people, 2-3 people have the passion of doing research. 20 people have interest, but passion will be with only 2-3 people. Because doing research, it requires a different mindset. Doing research has a different mindset. Everybody, all Tom, Dick and Harry cannot become a researcher. It requires a lot of hard work, patience, patience. See, I can't talk just like that. See, whatever data I've shown you, it is not my data. It's all available in Government of India books. I have not produced this data. It has been given by Business Today. I have the sources with me. I have my own sources of getting data. See, getting data is also a skill. Getting to know where what is available is also a skill. That is also a research of one type. So followed further. So you can do a lot of research on digital service taxes, amalgamation of banks, non-performing asset, willful defaulters. You can do a lot of research on that. So followed by fundamentals of finance. Now let me tell you what is this fundamentals of finance, industry, company, you and your money. Very, very, very important. Many people ask me, sir, which industry is good, which company is good. The industry which is good for me might not be good for you, because my financial blueprint is different, your financial blueprint is different. Your financial capacity is different, my financial capacity is different. My financial background is different, your financial background is different. We have different goals in life. So before making any investment, before committing your funds, you have to think 10 times where you want to be after 5 years. Don't search shortcut. Don't search shortcut. Say, I've seen many ads which comes in TV. Sahi hai karke. Mutual fund investments. And finally they will tell mutual fund investments are subjected to market risk. Please read the document carefully before investment. I don't understand this. If at all you want to take risk, then directly take risk in equities, na? Invest in equity shares, directly open a demat account, invest your money, have patience for 5 years, 3 years, do proper research, do proper research, do proper research about the industry, about the company. What is this industry? Some people ask me, banking is an industry. You study which is the best bank in the banking sector, public sector bank and private sector bank. Study the best banks in that industry. Public also you have best bank, private also you have best bank. Study which bank is doing okay, which bank is doing good. Study the PV ratio, study the earning per share, study the dividend per share, how much they declare in dividend, what are their quarterly profits. There are 4 quarters in a year. 4 quarters in a year. Whenever they declare the result, you should have patience. Patience of listening to this, seeing the records. How much profit they have declared. Last quarter, what was the profit? Last year, same quarter, what was the profit? And how much they have declared the dividend. I've seen many people getting confused with company tells in terms of India it comes. Infosys made a profit of 4,000 crores. Everybody will be very happy. Right? They have made the profit of 4,000 crores. How much they have given you? How much they have given you means how much they have given it to shareholders. What is the percentage of profit they have given to shareholders? Don't think that 4,000 crores they'll give it to you. No. A percentage of that they'll give it to you. Assume that you have purchased 5,000 share. If the face value is rupees 10, they will declare 2% as dividend. 2% of 10 rupees is 2 rupees. Assume that you have 50 shares of Infosys. 50 into 2 rupees, how much? You will get 100 rupees as dividend. Is it enough? 100 rupees is not enough for anything. 100 rupees is not enough for anything. Assume that I am an investor who has invested in 20,000 Infosys share. And if they give 2 rupees, it is good for me. 20,000 into 2 rupees is 40,000 rupees. It is a good money for me. So you should understand the logics of finance. See, if I train 100 people in finance, all 100 will pass in the examination, but only 2 will be champions. You know why? They exactly understand the finance in the language it is required. Understanding finance requires a different mindset. Constantly you should observe company performance, how Indian economy is performing, what is happening with Indian economy, what is happening with company finance. See, in this COVID situation, many companies are shutting down. Many companies are laying off. Many companies are doing many things. See, economic times. Being a student of business management or being a student of commerce, every day you should study business, what we call it as financial times or business today or economic times, whichever the paper you like. Study that paper. Initially for 5-10 days, you will not understand anything. Once you get the rhythm of it, you will not sleep without reading that. I'm telling you, but it required a lot of patience, and lot of patience. So there are many things. Now I'll talk about industry. See, one of my friends was asking, how do I look at the industry? You take software, you take banking, you take any industry. Rank the industry where you want to make investment. Rank the company in the industry. For example, if you go to moneycontrol.com, you put State Bank of India and click on that. It will take you to competition. Click on competition. It will give you which are the banks of public sector bank which is performing. They only would have been ranked everything. They only would have been ranked everything in money control. You need not do any ranking. You can see there, start investing directly. But before all that, you should know how stock market works. What is required for basic of stock market? You should have an account, bank account, and you should have a demat account. Today, I am telling you, my dear friends, I started investing in 2005. I have lost, without any shame, I'm telling you, I have lost a lot of money in stock market. A lot of money. I don't want to tell the amount, but I've lost a lot of money. But the amount of experience what I've gained, today I'm confidently I can make little bit. I've recovered also. It's not that I've only lost. I've recovered also, but I didn't recover the full money. Still it's under loss only. But the amount of experience what I have today, I can easily understand how the economics working. See, when India was at the top position, when India was having GDP, very good GDP, our stock market did not go touch 40,000. Now we are in the worst situation. Our Sensex is reaching 40,000. I don't believe this Sensex. I don't believe this Sensex because when India was in good condition only, Shiva.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can you all hear me? No, I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
sir.
I'm so sorry. I'm troubling you guys.
No problem, sir.
Yeah,
All good.
yeah. So what happens is, when India was doing good only, when India GDP was good only, we never touched 40,000 Sensex. So India is at the worst situation today. Economy is in the worst situation. Look at the figures, facts and figures. So how can it be possible? Be very careful before you commit your funds. You and your money. Be very, 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 very careful. Before committing your funds, think 10 times. Let me tell you one small strategy what you should do. It is applicable for everybody. You want to trade in shares, don't do anything. Put 20,000 rupees in your saving account, open a demat account, link that to that over. Assume that you have put that money in Tirupati Undi. Assume that you lost that money. Start playing with stocks. Maximally what will happen? You lose the 20,000. But the amount of experience what you're going to get now, it is phenomenal, I'm telling you. The amount of experience what you're going to get, phenomenal. But once you get that experience now, when you start working, I told this to one of my students, you know what I told? I'm talking about 2017 batch in my college. I made 5 students to open a demat account, made them to contribute 5,000, 5 people 25,000. They started investing. In the first month, they lost 15,000. 10,000 was pending. They understood because every day they used to work on that. They left CMS. They made a whopping money of 85,000 rupees. 85,000. Then they closed the account, took the money, and they went. See, today they call and tell me, sir, what a wonderful idea you gave us, sir. We played with 5,000. Today, I confidently can invest my money. I can confidently fix my money. I can confidently invest my money in wherever I want. I told them the strategy, what you should see, what you should not see, how the market is telling. Don't listen to all these people who come in TV and give tips about stock market. Morning will be telling the company is very good. Afternoon the same person tells the company is not doing good. If you listen to him and if you invest, you will be a big fool. Don't do that. You want to invest your money, you make analysis. Don't see somebody's viewpoint. You see your viewpoint. What you want, how you want to achieve, what you want to see. This is very important than that. Your money commitment is your responsibility. Your money is your responsibility. Your money is not somebody's responsibility. Your growth is your responsibility. Somebody is not, it will not be somebody's responsibility. So moving on. So Shiva, how much time left out for me?
Sir, up to you. 15 to 20 minutes if you want to take, you can go ahead with that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really wanted because, I want to take some questions from students. So before that, I'll just some more talk. I'm gonna add some more idea to talk to them. So
Sure,
now
sir.
what are the research that you can do, my dear students, in finance? What you can do is you can take some industries. For example, it might be banking, software, pharmaceutical. It can be even constructions. Make a sector study. What is happening to these sectors? Pre-COVID, post-COVID. Wait for some time, or you can make a study of first 5 years also. Comparative study you can do, or pre and post-COVID. or pre-COVID how it was, post-COVID what is the situation. When you do this now, my dear students, you will understand lot of things. See, today you can learn so many things about an economy. See, if you ask me personally, no, today's students has a lot of advantage. They have technical advantage. They have a lot of things. When I was a student like you, I never got an opportunity. I was not knowing what is technology is all about. I was not knowing how to use a computer when I was in graduation. But when it came to post graduation, the things changed. So you have lot of potential. See, earlier there were days in 2005 when I want to make an investment in stock, I used to call broker, tell him, sir, please buy the share for me. This company, this code. I used to give my customer code. Then he used to buy the stocks. Today it is not like that, my dear friends. If you open a Demat account, everything will be in phone. Everything will come in phone. You can log in, you can buy, you can sell, but you should be very careful. Why you should be very careful? One of my friends is the foolish thing. I told him always take the help of broker. He didn't understand what I told. He understood only when he burnt his hand. He instead of putting 1,000, he had put 10,000. He had 10 lakh rupees in saving account. He bought a share. He wanted to purchase 1,000 share. Put it. He didn't do any mistake. He did only one mistake, putting 1 0 extra. 50 rupees share he purchased. So how much gone? 10,000 into 50, 5 lakh rupees gone. He thought he 50,000 will go. He got a message, 5 lakh gone. Unfortunately, the share price came to 38 rupees in a week, in almost 15 days. He lost that money. He called and told me I did a big blunder. I told that's why, even though you know software, initially till you learn, till you see, baby cannot one day, it cannot get up and run. It cannot happen. First, it should crawl, then it will sit, then it will stand up, then it will walk, then it will run. That is what happens in stock market also. You should have patience. Commit your funds with small amount. Put 20,000 rupees. Assume that you have lost it. Assume that you have lost it. What big deal? But the amount of knowledge, see, how much ever I teach you, by taking a book and this is how you have to swim. I will take you to swimming pool. I will not make you to get into water. On the top only, I'll teach you how to swim like this. This you cannot become a swimmer unless and until you get into ground reality, into the pool. You will not understand how to swim. That is what happens in stock market also. That is what happens in finance also. Let me quote you one more example. One of my friend has this fear of loans, taking loan from a bank. He was telling me he had taken a loan of 35 lakh. He has bought a house. He has taken a loan of 35 lakh from the bank. He has got out for 1.3 crores. He had arranged for 95 to something like that. He took 35 lakh rupees loan. He was completely in a shock state. I've taken a loan of 35. He didn't sleep for almost 1 week. After that, he called me. Dude, I'm getting scared. What to do? I've taken a loan like this. I told, don't worry. Why are you worried? You understand the intricacies of it. How much loan has to be paid? How much EMI has to be paid? See, everything was intact, but still he was getting scared because he had borrowed money for the first time. So now after, I think it's almost 2 years, now confidently has cleared a loan of 25 lakh rupees. Some more money is left out. He tells, I can take 10 loan, more extra loan. That confidence is very important. You should have confidence in yourself. You should know you're going to lead it up. Then only it is possible. If not, I'm telling you, whatever you do, it is not going to happen. So my concluding statement, Atmanirbhar or self-dependency cannot be achieved by having weak or our public sector bank, weakening our public sector bank. Your money is your responsibility. Research and rethinking is the key for development of economy or yourself. So over to the MC. Any questions? Please feel comfortable. I'm ready to answer.
Thank you, sir, for inculcating in us some research-oriented thoughts. Now we take up some questions from our participants. The very first question is from Mr. Dev. That is Vijay Mallya a willful defaulter?
Of course, yes, he's a willful defaulter because the amount of assets what he owns. See, he is ready to pay 9,000 crores to Government of India, where he wants his interest to be evaded by Government of India, which is not going to happen. He stands somewhere around 13, he owes something around, including interest, 14,000 crore plus. 14,000 crore plus, but he want to pay only the principal amount, which is not going to happen. Even in fact, he has wrote to Government of India telling that he is ready to clear 9,000 crore loan in one go. He tells the condition is his asset should not be touched, he should not be touched, no litigation, no court proceeding, nothing. How is it possible? When a common man like you and me takes loan, they come to our house and put notice and all that. How is it be possible for Vijay Mallya? If you allow one person, I'm telling you, yeah, All India Association of Banking Employees has done a wonderful job by declaring those willful default. That was one of the very good thing what this association AIBB has done very good job, because now everybody has got scared. In fact, there are many more people. In fact, Reserve Bank of India has announced 50 willful defaulters. That is different category. So this is what it is. Next question.
And in a country like India, will any action be taken on willful defaulter?
See, of course, yes, but it all depends upon the kind of political will we have. See, if you ask me, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has a lot of vision for India, but he should be supported by everybody. He should be supported by everybody. Every party should support him, and every MLA, MP in the country should support him, and nobody should tell he is my person. Assume that tomorrow I become Prime Minister, you should not come and tell me, sir, I am your student, sir, I was your student, please don't take action on me. That is not possible. If you have taken a loan, if you have done a mistake, mistake is mistake. Whether I do it or you do it. If economy should go forward, you should have strong banking sector. You should have strong things. See, India is the only country where all rules and regulations are excellent. In terms of following, nobody is following. You see in the signal only. Now earlier, there were, if you jump signals, nothing used to happen. Now you see everybody is following rules. Why? The prices have increased. The penalties have increased. Next one, dear.
There's another question from Mr. Joseph that why was the government written off loans for a few and kept it outstanding for a few companies?
See, again, it all depends upon the political, what do you call it as, see, I am very close to X person, I am very close to Y person, and I have taken loan. Tomorrow I become PM and you are my Shishya, definitely I will tell, please go slow on my person. Please go slow on my person. Definitely all this happens, but government somewhere down the line, they have also understood the logic will not work like this. If at all you want to make India stand and walk and stand and run, you have to take stringent action for those people who have not paid the loan. You should take action. Then only these people are going to pay. See, they have assets, they have money, they have bank accounts. Simple, don't do anything. Seize these bank accounts. Seize these bank accounts. Don't allow them to draw money. See, they have done for individuals. Why not for corporates? See, why government is scared? You know why? They have given employment for a lot of people. They have given employment for a lot of people. The employment is also a factor which the government thinks again. Next one, ma.
We'll be taking up the last question and
So you can take another 2-3 questions. I'm okay with it.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Government is focusing a lot on investments like SIPs and mutual funds. How is it going to benefit the economy?
Sorry, come again, ma.
Government is focusing a lot on investments like SIPs and mutual funds. How is it going to benefit the economy?
See, I'm telling you, economy, whether it gets advantage or not, as an individual, again it depends. See, how much ever money you invest in stock market, in SIP. See, people tell me that I would like to invest in SIP, not in equities. See, whether you invest in mutual funds or whether you invest in anywhere, economy will get benefited because money, a lot of money is getting pumped into the company, a lot of money is getting into the economy. Definitely, economy will get benefited. But individually, if at all you want to get benefited, don't invest in mutual funds. If you ask me, I am an aggressive investor. I am not a conservative investor. Conservative investors are those people who would like to invest in bonds, fixed deposits, post office saving bank account. They see safer side. If at all you want to double your money, if at all you want to take a risk, directly invest in equities, equity shares. When the prices are down, invest and leave it for 3 to 5 years. Your money will be 5 times more than what you have invested. But have patience. Don't invest money through borrowings. You borrow money and invest that. You are paying interest also. You are paying this also. You will not be getting growth. Don't invest money by borrowing. If you have a saved money, then invest that. Save money also, you should be spare money. Apart from your commitment, if you have spare money, then invest that. Many people know what they do. I've seen people, they borrow money and invest. Don't do that mistake. Neither you grow nor your money grows. Next one, ma.
How fintech companies will help Indian banking during COVID or later stages?
Definitely these companies will help, but the thing is that we have to see how the responses will come from the participants. The people who are going to take shares or whatever the activity they do. It all depends upon their, their requirement. Next.
Okay, so thank you once again, sir, for clarifying our participants' research-related doubts through your in-depth knowledge.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hope you all enjoyed the session. I think so. You all enjoyed the session. Please give the feedback so that I also get to know how you have understood. Thank you so much once again, everybody. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now it's time to invite our next speaker of the session, Dr. Shiva Chaudhary. Dr. Shiva Chaudhary is an assistant professor and research guide at Center for Management Studies, Jain, deemed to be University. She is a professor of English literature and language, soft skills and personality development, a member of English Language Teachers Association of India, and a writer with a research bent of mind. She has authored 3 books titled Decolonization of Indian Theatre with Girish Karnad and Badal Sarkar, Indian Theatre, a transition from classical to decolonizing phase, and Indian Regional Drama, a thematic perception. She also owns publication of her research papers in reputed journals and books. She is currently guiding 3 research scholars from PhD program. And here, she's going to confer her views on the topic, rudiments of research writing. Before we commence with this session, there are a few instructions for the participants. Keep your camera on throughout the session, fill feedback form for each session to receive certificate, and post your questions in the chat box to be taken up after the presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for such a wonderful introduction. So before I begin with the session, I need to share my screen and just let me know whether it is visible to you all.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
All right, thank you. So now let's talk about the rudiments of research writing, means the very basics of research writing. Now, the question is why research at this particular stage? We have just entered college. This is not required to be done right now because that is something which is to be taken up by people who are doing PhD, who are doing their MPhil, postdoctoral or something like that, right? But right now, we talk of research in the contemporary scenario. We understand that things have started getting changed. The entire perception of people that has got transformed, and research is considered to be a phenomenon which is going to be taken of the highest grade in the academic field, and is supposed to be taken by all the students whosoever is a part of any academic program. So no matter whichsoever course you are pursuing, irrespective of any domain, writing a research paper has become mandatory. So when we talk of academic research, that ranges from writing a paper to a doctoral or in fact postdoctoral thesis, there is always a strategy to follow to get done with your research writing. So now we will be talking about certain steps, how we can get done with that, how can we get started with that. So writing a good research paper can be a little bit challenging, it can be daunting, it can be a little bit adventurous for you. Why so? Because you have no clue about it. This is something which is associated with people who are quite experienced, right? So what you exactly need to do when it comes to you at this point of time, you need to follow certain steps and you will have an understanding of developing at least basic research practices. So I'll walk you through everything, what you need to do to write an effective and in fact impactful research paper. And you simply need to follow all these steps one by one, and you will start getting used to this. So let's start off with the very first step. Now, what do you understand from the image and one statement which is written over there? Understanding nature of assignment means you can say getting familiar with your assignment, getting familiar with what this particular thing is. What is a research paper? How is it different from other kinds of writings, right? So this may sound obvious that it is important for you to understand what your teacher or your professor is asking for before you start writing your research paper, because if you talk of the final year, there is one option given to you that you can go for research writing. You can write your research paper, you can get it published. And if you get done with that, it is going to add a lot to your profile, right? So the first thing you need to know is to know the requirements of your teacher, your mentor, your professor, whosoever is going to guide you, mentor you in that. Because most of the times what happens that you skip this step, and after that students just keep wondering that why my paper was rejected, why was it not accepted, what good I did not add to this, right? So it is really important that pay attention to the instructions which are provided to you through your mentor, through your guide. So first thing is understanding what exactly you are going to be expected out of that, right? Now, moving on to the next step. And it is identifying your topic, means selecting a topic that can be the most challenging part of your research assignment. How so? Because this is the very initial step, and it is vital as well, because you don't have much idea about it, like how I'm going to choose a topic, what are the ways with what I can narrow down on one particular point and select one topic and go ahead with that. So you can ask certain questions to yourself, and on the basis of those answers, you can narrow down on one particular topic. So what is going to be your first question? Anything that is interesting to us, that appeals to us, we like doing that, right? So first question is the topic interesting to me? Whatsoever I'm going to work on, whether it is going to give me some kind of enjoyment while undertaking this task during the entire process, the entire procedure. So always select a topic of personal interest to you and learn more about it. The research for and writing of a paper, when we talk of, it will be more enjoyable if you're writing about something that you find interesting, right? If you're bored with the topic yourself, definitely you're going to bore your readers as well, because you won't be able to add anything good to that. You won't be able to contribute something positive into that, right? So choose something that is new, that is exciting, not something overworked or what some people are already aware of. If you go for something like that, that's not going to add anything to you, neither to your readers, right? So if you're truly interested in your topic, the research process should generate a kind of excitement. Think of yourself that you are an investigator, you are a detective, and you are uncovering some information that is yet not discovered, right? So read as much as you can about a subject. So this is the very first criteria. Now moving on to the second question. Is there sufficient information available on this topic? So find out whether information on that topic, what you have chosen, that particular domain, whether that is sufficiently, abundantly available over there to you or not. Why so? Because you can't make a research on something if you don't find relevant material available on that particular topic, right? So you can try to explore magazines, articles, newspaper, internet, videos, reference books. Lots of sources are there which you can look up to. You can go for interviews, pamphlets, anything of that sort, whatsoever, which can provide you with some kind of information on the chosen topic, right? And also make sure that the information must not be too abundant, or else what you will do, you have to narrow down or you have to limit your topic. Otherwise what will happen, that it will go quite vague and you won't be able to make an in-depth study, because it will go so extensive, it will go so wide that you won't be able to cover everything up in detail, right? So you anyway have to narrow that down. You have to bring it to a certain shape that you can make an in-depth study on that particular subject or that particular topic, whatsoever you take up, right? So select this kind of topic which can on which you can find a manageable amount of information. It's not like it should be too much or it should be too little, but there should be sufficient information available on that, right? So make a primary search, or you can make a preliminary search of information of sources to determine whether existing sources will meet your demand or not, whether they are going to meet your requirement or not. Because if you find too much information, definitely you have to narrow it down. But at the same time, if there is too little information available on that thing, you do have to broaden your topic. Otherwise, you will not be having sources to explore, like where to get an idea from. Because what is research? I tell you, it is simply a compilation of various ideas, but the medium is going to be your thoughts or your expressions, right? So this is what is already existing. You do have to compile it. You have to make an analysis of that, and you have to come up with something which you can call your own product, right? So just make sure that there should be some data, there should be some kind of information which can help you go ahead with your research. Now, moving on to the next question. Is there enough material available, and the topic which I have chosen, is that meeting my teachers or my mentors approval, their expectations? Because they give you some idea about the topic, they give you some kind of assignment keeping one particular parameter in their mind. So many times what happens that your teacher, your mentor, your guide, they will give you clear guidelines like what you can and what you cannot write about, right? So select a topic within those parameters which are suggested by your guide. And if you don't keep up to that, definitely it is going to result into your proposed paper being unacceptable, right? So they are not going to accept it. Why so? Because that is not meeting up the very basic criteria, right? So always go through those instructions which are delivered to you even before starting with your paper, before choosing your title, your topic, and all those things from the very basic rule book you should follow, which is given to you by your instructor. It is not there like it is going to hinder your personal choice or personal interest. You can talk to your teacher, you can talk to your guide, and you can tell them about your area of interest. So from that particular domain only, from that particular area only, they will suggest you something which can be fruitful for you. But whatsoever rules are supposed to be followed throughout the research process, that you do have to adhere to. All right, so now at the very end, while we talk of identifying your topic or choosing your topic, always be original. Your instructor, your guide, they read lots of papers because they are those people who are into academics, right? So they read papers of different variety that can be, most of them, they must come up with the same topic. Which topics must be there? Which is there in the news, which are the controversial topics or subject that is there is enough ample information available on. Most of the times only such kind of papers come up. So what you need to do is to stand out. You should just follow the off the beaten path. You have to come out of the box, come up with some idea which is different from others. Then only it is going to appeal to people. Otherwise, if it is just a kind of general idea, general topic, people are not going to be bothered. Why so? Because they are already aware of that. They have already explored so much about it. So that is not going to add anything to you. So in nutshell, if I need to say, choose your topic wisely. First of all, think about choosing a challenging topic that you are interested in. Because if you do that, people are not going to be bored. You are not going to be bored throughout the process. And your topic is supposed to be of the moderate length. Your that should be having much information available, or which is relevant to that. Neither should be that there should be a lot of information nor too little information. So all these points are there which are supposed to be kept in mind. For example, if I tell you that if there is a vague topic like global warming, that is a very general issue, right? All of us are aware of that. So you can cannot take this particular phrase as your topic. Global warming is having lots of aspects, lots of factors, lots of issues, causes involved into it, right? So you can narrow it down. You can talk about the side effects of global warming in one particular industry, or you can talk about the ways to deal with global warming at the governmental level. So this way you need to just narrow it down to one particular sector, so that it becomes easy for you to just make your study on being confined, keeping yourself confined to that particular area. Then only you can go into details. Now, moving on to the very next step, that is research on your topic. Now, what you have been waiting for from the very starting, that is research, right? Because we are talking about research. So this step is pretty flexible. Different people will research for a paper in different ways, because everyone has their own ways of working. So it's important to stay focused and move pretty quickly. After all, you still have to write your research paper, right? You are not yet started with that. So the key points which you need to keep in mind is to skim, find reliable resources, and don't ignore information. So first of all, skimming. You don't have to read everything in full, whatsoever is written relevant to your topic. Why so? Because probably you cannot. There's so much of information available. If you start going into detail, reading every word out, you won't be able to get done with the entire process, right? So get comfortable reading through things quite quickly. Learn how to identify key points or keywords from your reading, from your article, or whatsoever source you have gone to. And you can use general sources, like you can go to Wikipedia just to get aware of your topic, just to get familiar with your topic, and find keywords over there that can further drive your research and quickly understand the large amount of informations. But the information you use in your paper, that must be from the reliable sources, because if I talk of Wikipedia, that is good to have an idea from. If we are talking about your topic, so all the things, all the ideas which are relevant to your topic, that you can search on Wikipedia. You can find information on the available sources in form of articles, in form of essays, whatsoever is there, right? But don't rely on that. Always cross-check that information, because what is there, whatsoever is going to be available on internet, that is not supposed to be entirely true, entirely correct. But when we talk of research, all the truthful sources must come up, right? So take what you have learned from your Google search, from your Google articles, dig deeper, go into details, cross-check, find out information from other sources as well, and check out the sources on the article from where you have taken it. Use keywords from your internet search to search an academic database, because what will happen if you use those keywords, you will get to know like what are all the things which are relevant to it, and how can I make it useful for my further research, right? And also another thing is here, which is important to understand, that understand all the different viewpoints and schools of thought on your topic. Because if you have chosen one particular topic, someone is talking about that from their point of view. At the same time, there will be some other people who must be giving their opinion on the same topic with a different perspective, right? So try to go for more ideas, try to go for different types of thoughts and thought processes, what people are putting forward to that particular topic, and then you conclude, then you find out whether which one you find better, which one you go for, right? So this can be done by reading a variety of articles, a lot of books you can go for, or whatsoever information, whatsoever form that is available to you, you can go for that. So basically make a primary research or preliminary search for information before beginning your research in earnest, quite seriously. Just as you start getting into research, do all this basic thing. Do make a kind of outline that, okay, in one day I have to read these many articles or this much of part of a book. So this way it will help you out to find out much more resources into the same thing. And look up the keywords in all of your readings, because anyway you have to adhere it to your topic only. You cannot go beyond that. And whenever we talk of additional background information, you may find it in your lecture notes also, textbooks, any reserve readings. From anywhere you can find the sources. So there is no bar on anything. So basically you should find enough secondary and primary credible sources on the subject of your paper. Carefully read all of them and find relevant evidences to support your paper, because anyway whatsoever you are putting forward, you have to justify that and you have to provide some evidences for that, right? So at this stage what you can do is evaluate your sources, take notes, start documenting, and start following one particular style of writing. There are different standards of writing. Follow any one of them and it is going to make your task very easy. So make sure you use the latest edition of any specific guide. That can be APA style, MLA style. If you move into that, you will get to know about it. And you will use your notes about references later when writing your paper and building your bibliography. So it's crucial to cite all sources that you have used for quoting, paraphrasing, summarizing, because you have to avoid plagiarism. Plagiarism is not required. That is not acceptable only. What is plagiarism? You must be having an idea about it, right? It is like putting someone else's ideas as your own without giving them any credit, right? If you collect different ideas from different places, you compile it together and you present it as your own ideas. That is not going to be acceptable. Why so? Because you have stolen someone else's thoughts, right? That is not your original work. That is not your original task, right? So always try to avoid such kind of things. Come up with your own idea, go for paraphrasing. But even while you are paraphrasing any idea taken from somewhere, do make a mention of that. Do give them due credit. All right, now moving on to the next step, prepare a working outline. The outline should serve as a kind of roadmap for you. Because it is your journey. You are on the research journey. You have taken this path and you have to follow certain things so that you can reach your destination on time, right? So research paper must be your investigator. It tells you where to go. When writing your outline, keep your destination in mind. Your information will help you get there. And how will you organize your journey? Prepare a structure before you actually organize your research paper or research idea in a particular written document, because it will guide you your investigation and it will help you stay focused on your subject. You do know what is the next thing I need to follow, right? So there should be a kind of thesis statement. What is thesis statement? That is the key statement. That is the key idea of your research that talks about the purpose of your research. So always stick to that. Try to follow that in detail. All research papers, if you talk of, there are variety of papers. In the major form, if we talk of them, if we talk of their divisions, we get to know that either they are argumentative, means you are arguing to your conclusion, or that is expository, where you are explaining information. And the last one, you can say that that is analytical, where you are presenting your analysis of certain information, right? So you have to devote enough of your precious time to create a good, strong thesis statement, topic statement, so that you can project a clear idea, the clear purpose of your research. What is the objective of your paper? How it is going to conclude, with what kind of results it is going to come up with, and it can be helpful for further research, right? So your paper should be debatable and narrow, because your claims that should be supported by evidences. You must come up with proper justification, and think about key points that you will need to develop to support your topic statement. When you can use them as kind of subheadings also, because then you will be reminded of that, right? When you're writing your paper in the main body of your thesis, or in the main body of your research paper, you can use subheadings to just guide you to follow the entire path. So look through your notes and organize your information under each subheading. Make sure you include only relevant information that fits under that particular subheading and directly supports your paper. You should resist the temptation to include any information that doesn't fit into that outline, no matter how interesting it is to you. It does happen that if you're reading something, you find something really interesting and you want to talk about that, right? But you also look at whether it is getting connected with my topic or not, because topic is something what you do have to follow, because that is talking about the very main idea of your research, right? So whenever writing an outline, you should keep in mind a typical research paper structure, which is commonly including all these factors, which is displayed to you. There should be a title page, an abstract, introduction. There should be a kind of methodology section, like which particular method you are using to get done with your research, result, discussion, conclusion, right? Of course, this is the very basic format. But if your research paper is not very lengthy, if it is not going to be quite long, your format can also be contracted. How can it be done? There should be just an introduction, your body paragraph must be there, and conclusion. In case you should follow specific guidelines provided by an instructor, if that is not going to be very long, just try to follow these three things and you are going to get done with your task. Now, moving on to the next step. And here it is locating your materials and making notes. So here come the information seeking strategies. You need to brainstorm all possible sources for your research. Think globally. Don't limit yourself to books, magazines, internet. Go for anything whatsoever you can go for to find out information related to your topic, right? With the direction of your research now clear to you, you do know what I have to work on, you can begin with locating material on your topic. There are a number of places you can look for information. In the entire process of doing research, you need to access information efficiently, effectively. You should not identify, you definitely can go for a variety of potential sources of information, print, online, interviews, whatsoever form that is available in. It is essential to evaluate critically and competently the information which you are going to find, which you are going to rely on. Why so? Because the credibility is required. So while most print sources we talk of, which are there a part of media center, which are a part of library, they've been chosen for accuracy and quality before inclusion. So you don't need to be bothered about their originality. They are definitely going to be well justified when it comes to their credibility. But when we talk of internet sources, when we talk of some articles or blogs or any kind of writing which is available over there, it is not always possible that that is true. So there you need to be a little bit careful that whatsoever you are taking from there, you do have to cross check whether the information is correct or not. So consult the resources you have chosen and note the information that will be useful in your paper. Be sure to document all the sources you consult, even if there is a chance that you may not use that in your paper, but the name of the author, the title of the book or the paper, a publisher, the URL if you're going for the internet source, or any other information which is available that you can use that will be needed later when creating a bibliography. Because in bibliography, what all you include, all those sources you include which you would have consulted, you would have taken any idea from. Maybe you have not included that into your paper, but definitely it is going to help you out. So you can just cite that in your bibliography. If you're writing a dissertation, what is dissertation? That is simply a long paper, right? So when we talk of paper that is going to be a little bit shorter in form, but the format is going to be same. So note taking will help you establish a way in which you can easily retrieve information, because you have researched, you have read so much about all those things, and you don't have that much of a space to keep everything in your mind, right? So you do have to organize it this way that whensoever, whatever kind of information you require, you can retrieve that, because you have made your own notes. There's a particular strategy to make notes, also to prepare notes, and that depends individually, person to person, that differs. If I talk of myself, I'm fond of making notes with different colors, because I can relate it to particular theme, and it is feasible for me. For you, it may not work. Maybe you have another way of making notes with a particular contraction of words or a particular sign language. So that all depends what kind of source you are going to use, whether that is an index card, that is graphic organizers, color organizers, or there's a paper with a lot of source summary. So that all differs person to person. So whichever method you are required to use, be sure to include certain things. What are those things? There should be subject heading. What is it talking about? The note, and the identification of its source. From where have you taken it? Because what will happen after a while, maybe at one phase of life, when you are phase of writing your paper, you come to a point that, okay, I had read something relevant to this, and I feel that that fits quite well over here. So you must be reminded of it. Where is it located? Where can I go back to that, right? So if you make a note of all its resources, you can go back to the entire source, and you can again give it a reading. So it is going to be quite important for you. It is going to be quite feasible for you, right? So the next thing what we talk of is there should be a better note-taking strategy that we have already talked about. And now comes paraphrasing. Whenever you read any source, you know that, okay, this idea does not belong to me, but it appeals to me. I want it to be included in my paper, and I need to paraphrase it. So even if you are paraphrasing that idea, you are putting that idea in your own words. You do have to cite the information. You do have to give the credit to the writer or whosoever has written that content, or whomsoever that belongs to, because without giving a credit, it is going to be a kind of robbery. You are stealing something from someone. That is not your own work, right? So always give credit. So just this is something, these are a few tips with the help of what you can start collecting material to prepare your research paper. Now the important part comes over here, and here you have to start writing your paper. So finally this thing has come, what we had been waiting for, right? So you may be feeling like you should have started it quite long back, but rest assured, no matter, you have already spent a lot of time, but that is worth, because that is going to help you out a lot to create a strong, clear and interesting research. So don't you worry about it that you have spent so much of time in planning, because if you spent 50 or 60% of your time into planning, the rest of the execution itself goes quite easy, right? So not to be bothered about it. And whenever you start writing, don't feel that you are going to be a perfectionist. The best work is going to come up. That is never going to happen, because for the very first time, whatsoever you're going to do, definitely that must be having flaws. You won't have repeated it, you won't have revised it, and with any revision, the product comes up better, right? So don't at all worry about it. Don't think about the perfect words, perfect grammar, crafting perfect title, perfect style, method, expression. Don't think about it. Just jot down your ideas. That's it. So begin by organizing the information that you have collected. The text, what you have prepared, that should be just in raw form, but you're just good to go with that. The next step is the rough draft, wherein you get your ideas on paper and you just jot it down. It is quite raw. It is quite unsophisticated. If we talk of the language also, or style also, not to be bothered about it. Just go on with that. And so basically, this is the very middle of the process. You have a clear direction, and it's time to create the first draft with a title, in-text citation, and your reference pages. So you have an idea like, okay, so this is the format what I have to follow, and this is all the information which I need to include into it. So the title is very important if you want to make a good impression on your readers, because it is the very first thing they see. It forms their view on what exactly they should expect in your paper, right? So you should list the keywords that present the topic of your paper, methods you used, and results that you will achieve, right? So now create a sentence that includes all the keywords whatsoever is listed, and delete the unnecessary information. So this way, what will happen finally, you have to come up, you will automatically in fact come up with a proper with all those keywords which you can include to frame your title. Because I let you know there is a difference between the topic and the title. Topic is something which gives you an idea to which particular domain you are going to work in, but title is one statement which is representing your paper, what exactly you are going to talk about in your paper, right? So this way you come up with a proper title. After that, you need to write an introduction, body paragraph, and a conclusion, as we have already talked about it, that is the very basic structure of it. So organizing a content comes up over here, and you find all those three factors on your screen. So let's get started with the introduction. So whenever we talk of the very start of anything, no matter it is a paper, it is a book, it is a show, it is a movie, the introductory thing or the introductory event, that should be the attention grabber. They should draw your attention, right? So in research paper, specifically when we talk of how can you start this with, there should be a kind of question. If you raise a question to people, definitely they are going to be attentive, right? Because they get curious about it. You can come up some anecdote, you can come up some unusual facts, statistics. If you are into one particular technical kind of paper, you are writing or you are coming from some mathematical background. So these are certain things with what you can draw the attention of your reader. They are going to be interested in your topic. Though you're writing an academic paper, you must be feeling like, okay, this is something which is a part of my studies, and studies are always supposed to be serious. Of course, they are. But at the same time, they don't deny to be appealing to you, to be interesting to you, right? So that if something is interesting, there's nothing wrong in that, nothing bad in that, right? So first thing is that it is not supposed to be boring. Next, you need to provide the background information, explain your goals, and how you plan to approach your research paper topic. You should finish your introduction with your topic statement, your thesis statements, means the main idea, what you want to talk about throughout your paper, right? So this section of your paper is not very long. You are sure to finish it quite fast because there's a lot of work to be done, lots of other things to be elaborated on. Now we move on to the body paragraph. Now what all is going to be included in this? Your outline will help you to complete this part of your paper, but you shouldn't think that you must strictly follow it. It may evolve with the passage of time, because you are free to revise it. You are free to make some changes. Maybe you come up with some better idea, which is relevant, right? So you can take up that also. The key thing is to stay on your track and focus on your paper. Just adhere to your topic. That is all. And within those particular guidelines, within those particular rules, if you can make something different, if you can add some better idea into that, you can include. That is all. That is always welcome. So you should provide your points and support your main idea, whatsoever you are talking about. So start each body paragraph with a topic sentence and provide your argument and relevant evidences to support it. You should write as many body paragraphs as you want to, but that all should come up with a kind of main idea that should suggest something unique, and that then the entire paragraph must support that idea, right? So this thing is clear up to you, up to the middle part of your paper. Now comes the very last portion, and that is the conclusion. So most research papers end with starting their thesis statement or the topic statement, what we talked of, right? So you can also do it that you can end also, you can end your paper with the same idea. Why so? Because anyway, that is something you've been talking about, right? But that is not something you have to put forward as it is, not with the same words. You do have to paraphrase it. You do have to come up with some other words to frame it into, but the idea should remain same. A good idea is to provide some recommendations based on the result of your investigation, or suggest some direction for further research as well, because your research must not be confined to your result. It should be there which can provide some doors to other researchers to come up with some other ideas, right? So it should always add to further research. It should not be confined on one dead end. Now your rough draft is ready. Now wondering what to do next. So go on reading it out to find out some tips on how to revise your paper, how to make it look much more better. So no one can write, as we have already talked of, that the first draft is never going to be perfect, right? It is never going to be flawless. So if you want to make something good into it, you should revise your draft. You should make sure that your project is on point. Be ready that you may need to revise your project multiple times. It is not just twice, thrice, or 4 times. Lots of times you have to revise it, sometimes grammatically, sometimes content-wise, sometimes your idea is not coming into shape. So howsoever you can try to mold it to come to the finest shape possible, go for that. After this, you will come up with a better product, and that will be your final product, right? Now, moving on to the next step, citing your sources properly. We have already talked about it, like why is it important to cite sources? Because you need to give credit where credit is due. So cite your sources. Working from your own ideas will help you avoid plagiarism. I always say, I have told you from the very starting that try to be original, but everything cannot be original, because things are inspired, right? Definitely, if we are doing something, we get motivated by someone or something, right? So the same is there with our research paper also. Definitely we get some kind of inspiration, we get some kind of idea from somewhere else, and we come up with something unique when it is amalgamated with our own original ideas, right? So if an amalgamation is there, that's really good, that's pretty well, in fact. But it should not be totally a copy paste thing, like you have simply taken one idea from somewhere or from someone and you have projected it as your own. So plagiarism is the uncredited use of someone else's words or their ideas, whether you meant to use them without credit or not. But if you're not citing them, it is a plagiarized work. So this sounds scary, but it doesn't have to be. If you follow the steps outlined throughout the session, what we have talked of, you can be confident that you can create your own essay that builds your own ideas. Your own writing work of others definitely is not going to serve your purpose in the long run, right? So if you quote something word for word, you need to cite your sources, use quotation marks and mention the source of the quote. You will also need to include more information about the quote on a works cited list or reference books, because what is there is a last portion in your paper that is known as a works cited list or references. There you give proper credit to all those people or all those books or all those sources from where you have taken the data, or you are presenting something as it is and you put it into inverted commas in the main body of your paper. So this way you give them their own credit. If something is a common fact, if something is which is true and which is known to all, then you can put it as it is. If we talk of any industrialist, and if we are talking about their worth money, right? So that we can mention, because we do know that this is something which is cited everywhere, In the authoritative sources also, they have mentioned the same thing. So there's nothing wrong going for that. But when it comes to a statement, then we have to be careful. So you can choose any of the styles which are mentioned over here. That is MLA, that is Modern Language Association, and APA, that is American Psychological Association. So those are the styles of citing, how you are supposed to give citation. There is a particular format, there is a standard format. You can go for any of them as per the instruction of your mentor, your guide. Now, the next step in the process comes, that is of revising, editing, and proofreading. So how you are going to go about it, you do understand the meaning of all these words. You do have to revise it, means you have to read it so many times. You have to find faults. You have to get to know where I have gone wrong and how I can make it better, how I can edit it, and how I can make it quite flawless grammatically also. You have to proofread also if there is any grammatical error, there is any error in front of your ideas which have not come in the proper form, that all you have to take care of quite properly, right? So this way we do understand that there should not be any incomplete sentences. There must not be any confusing words, because if you use certain words which are not having one particular specific meaning, it is going to confuse your readers, right? There are words like so as to, so, and there are words like TWO. So just be careful about it. Like, you are using it at the right place, because there is sometimes autocorrect option also when you are typing, and it may just mislead your entire information, your entire idea. So just try to give it a thorough reading on your own, that it is projecting your own idea, what exactly you wanted to suggest, that only is being talked about in this. There should not be spelling mistakes that you should check properly. They should be you should have followed quotation rules quite properly. There are comma rules, there are contraction rules. So all this is there, what you need to check. So you will need to reread your paper several times. A good strategy is to read your paper backwards in the sense from the very last page or from the very last line. So in this way, what will happen, you will feel a little bit disoriented, because you've been in habit of reading that script so many times, and you at one point of time you realize that you are not able to pick any fault into that, because you have got so much used to it, right? If we start using a wrong word and assume it to be correct, then in the long run that doesn't sound to be incorrect to us, because we have accepted it, right? So here a kind of disorientation is required. Just try to divert your focus. You should start reading the last sentence first, then check the second last one, and this way continue the entire process and go through the revision of your paper. You can also ask your friends, your family members to review your paper, whether what is their opinion, because it is always good to ask someone who does not belong to that or who has not been a part of that. They can give one objective opinion, that how actually, what kind of impression does it put to them, right? So it is always good to go for a kind of feedback. Ask your friends, relatives, whosoever is there. And finally, your paper is ready to be printed out after eliminating all minor mistakes, all typos, and your work is supposed to be quite flawless at this moment, right? Now, the very last moment at the very last step, there is one thing which I would like to suggest, and that is something, though I have edited at the very end, but it is supposed to come in the very starting. And what is this recommendation? This is just one suggestion, that whenever you are writing a research paper for a teacher or for a professor, if it is your assignment, because it is going to be there for you, it is important to step back and think about why they asked you to write this essay in the very first place. More than likely, they are giving you an opportunity to learn something, right? And learning often involves trial and error, making mistakes and asking lots of questions. So don't be afraid to ask questions to your teachers. In fact, don't be afraid to ask lots of questions to them. However, do remember that be respectful of them, their time, their efforts they are putting into you. It is important to follow any directions they've been giving you, and try to take it as a kind of responsibility, not expect them only to do your own work because you don't have an idea about it, right? It is a kind of learning platform. You are learning something new. You do have to invest your time, your energy, your efforts, and then only you are going to come up with something better. Then only something is going to add to you, right? So earn it. Don't try to just shift your burden to anyone else, because at the end you are not going to be paid for that, right? So working with your teacher and asking them for help is supposed to be quite overlooked resource, but it is important. Through this way you come up with a lot of refinement. So that was all for the session. Hope it could strike some research related ideas to you. Thank you everyone for a patient listening. So we can move ahead for the questions at this point of time.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us with your research ideas. Now, we have some questions from our participants. And the very first question is, can we avoid plagiarism by paraphrasing?
All right, fine. So as we have already talked about it, what is plagiarism? Plagiarizing means just trying to take someone else's ideas and putting it as your own, right? And paraphrasing is that you just twist your words, but you present the same idea. So even if you are paraphrasing any idea taken from any source, you are supposed to give credit to the original author. You can give an in-text citation also in the footnote citation, or whatsoever style you are following. You do have to refer to that. Why so? Because even if you are not taking it word to word, still that idea is coming up from somewhere. And if you are using it as it is, the entire idea, even in your words, you are supposed to give some kind of credit to that particular person or that particular source. So plagiarism that can be avoided only by giving due credit to its proper source. Yes.
There's another question. What should be included in the abstract of a paper?
All right, so when we talk of the abstract, that is a kind of summary of your paper. And when we talk of the length of it, it is not supposed to be more than one paragraph. And what all is going to be included in your abstract, that is going to be the main ideas. First of all, the purpose of your research, for what objective you have undertaken that particular task, what you are going to investigate, the basic design of your study, and your major findings, what you are expecting to come up with. So this way you can provide a brief summary of all these ideas and you can come up with your abstract of the paper. I hope I could answer your question. Yes.
Yes. How does one source gain credibility over other?
How does one source gains credibility over other? When we talk of the sources from where we have taken any idea from, it is, and we have to check the credibility of that, it is always better to consult 2-3 things regarding that. You can, if there is one statement which is referred into any book, you can talk about their references also. There is a works cited list in every given paper. So if if anyone who has written a paper or if anyone has written a book, they also gave their list of references. So you can go to that list and you can find out the actual source. And from there, you can just find out the credibility of that statement.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for clarifying all our research related doubts.
Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to introduce our next speaker of the session, Professor Abhishek Venkateshwar. Professor Abhishek Venkateshwar is the course facilitator at Center for Management Studies, Jain, Deemed to be University, and the academic coordinator, entrepreneurship at Babson College, USA. He also heads the student council at the university. He is the recipient of 3 gold medals for academic excellence in MPhil, MBA, and BSc honors. He is UGC KSET qualified and certified by Harvard University, Yale University, IIM Bengaluru, and ISB Hyderabad. He has authored more than 35 papers in several UGC CARE Scopus indexed international journals and over 10 books published by Amazon, Notion Press, Eureka, and Sapna Book House. In the year 2020, he has been awarded the Best Professor by Rula International Awards. And today, Professor Abhishek Venkateshwar is going to initiate his talk on the topic, the superpower of multitasking in your college life. Before we commence with the session, there are a few instructions for the participants. Keep your camera switched on throughout the session. Fill feedback form for each session to receive certificate. And post your questions in the chat box to be taken up after the presentation. Over to you, sir.
All right, good afternoon. I'm sure all of you have had a fruitful day so far. So I want to keep the session as informal as possible. All right. So I want the energy to be high. So the topic that I'm discussing about multitasking. Okay, there are a lot of ifs and buts. Should we not? We'll become a jack of all trades, but master of none. Several such myths are there. This session is going to be a discussion rather than a lecture, so that we can actually engage in a fruitful discussion resulting in an outcome. Okay, so let's not waste time, but there are a few rules, right? So when I ask you, I think I would prefer a response through a reaction, right? So whenever I ask you a question and you want to respond, give any sort of reaction which knows that you're listening. And I know right now also a lot of you are multitasking. So without further delay, we'll start. I know you must be slightly feeling sleepy because it's this time of the day when you might have just had a heavy lunch. I will keep my session as short as possible, and I promise you this. All right. So please, try to listen as much as you can, and please engage in it so that we actually achieve the outcome of this session. All right. Once again, good afternoon, and the session is multitasking, which I'm sure all of you are right now doing. All right. The topic, to be very specific, is the superpower of multitasking in college life. College life, trust me, you actually become a superman or a superwoman. You can do so much. You end up doing a lot of things simply because I think your energy levels are at its peak in college life for various reasons. Okay, some which we can discuss here, some which we cannot discuss here, but I think you should know this, that your energy level is at its peak in your college life. Okay, that's the reason I specifically wanted to speak about this, the superpower of multitasking in college life. Okay, my first question to you guys, have you ever multitasked? I am sure right now most of you are multitasking. Some of you might be using your phone, some of you might be sleeping, some of you might be eating food. So this itself is multitasking. So if you're listening to me and doing something else, and I'm sure a lot of you can relate to me, how many of you are actually listening to me and using your phone? Can you put some reaction? There is, yeah, few of them are reacting. But to be very honest, okay, multitasking is a natural part of human life, and we do it constantly, and we do it literally every minute of our life. People who don't understand that, they are not really getting the concept of multitasking, because right now also, like I told you, lot of you are multitasking. Phone, okay, eating, lying down, sleeping. I don't know how many of you actually have put a virtual background and you're doing your own thing. All this is multitasking. So now let's get into some specific examples of multitasking for the people who feel. Okay. I think a lot of you here, okay, a lot of you here will agree with me. People who drive, okay, when you drive a car, when you ride a bike, trust me, you are multitasking at multiple levels. I'll give you a simple example. You're focusing, right, on the road, your concentration, your eyes have to be on the road, okay, actually all three sides, right? Your legs have to be either on the accelerator, clutch, brake, your hands on the gear. Sometimes, if you're listening to music, your ears are listening to music. If you're having a conversation with somebody, you are actually talking to somebody. So, therefore, and your brain is into everything. Therefore, this is a perfect example of multiple levels of multitasking. Okay. Okay. When you see this image, I think it's a very, very beautiful image. This image basically talks about how women, mothers are the greatest examples of multitaskers. They do everything. And I strongly believe this that mothers are considered superwomen. They're by far the most superior creatures on this earth because they kind of balance everything. If you look at this, if you look at this image, I think this image tells a big story put into one image, right? She's feeding her child, she's having a breakfast. I am sure she's doing a lot of other things with relative amount of ease, which again shows that multitasking is happening, was happening, and will continue happening. All right. Now I'm sure all of you can relate to this image. Yes? Any sort of reaction, guys? Can you put some reaction so that I know that you can relate to this image? So here, this particular person, the person that we are discussing about, is doing multiple things. So what all he's doing, he's basically watching TV or at least listening to TV, using his laptop and using his phone with comfortable, he's doing managing to everything. Okay. Next, I think, again, a lot of you will relate to this. There's nothing much I want to speak about this. I think just by the merry image, you will know what I'm referring to, right? It's something a lot of people can relate to. I think essentially this is multitasking. Multitasking happens at all levels, and it's extremely important, okay, for us to understand that we are multitasking. Okay. Now, what will happen if you don't if you really don't multitask, right? The ultimate result is boredom. I think if you do anything over and time and again, or if you do the same thing for extended period of time, if you drag, okay, the ultimate result is boredom, and life will not taste good if there is boredom ingredient added to it. So therefore, just to avoid this boredom, I think we need to multitask. College life. You know what? To be very honest, college life is some of the best years of any human being's life. I think you're at an age where you're not completely an adult, you're not completely a teenager, you're in the middle. You want to experiment different aspects of life. And I think college life is a perfect experiment to do that. That is why I said you do become a superman or a superwoman in your college life. Okay. Now, without wasting much time, let me first go to what I have to say and what exactly do I mean by multitasking. There is something called as the college platter. Okay, I've offered you, I'm showing you this. This is the college platter. What all do we actually have to do in our college life? Okay. And I think when you see this platter, I think I have preferred to choose a very balanced, healthy, nutritious meal because that's very important because I'm drawing inferences to college life. Okay. So the main reason why we come to college, the obvious reasons, right, is your academics. But do we come only for academics? A big no, no. We don't come only for academics. Academics is an important reason why we come to college. Now here, if you actually observe, this platter, the main ingredient, which is your carbohydrates, that's your rice or roti, is your academics. But nobody, right? Nobody can eat only the main ingredient. They definitely need the other items on the platter to make it, to make the meal nutritious. Okay. So that is what I'm saying. Multitasking starts right here. Let me tell you, I don't know whether a lot of people have told you this, but if the carbohydrate or rice is, your academics, then the glass of water is the fun side. You will choke to death if you do not drink water, right? Same way, your life can never achieve, you cannot be happy if you don't have fun. So please remember, fun is an integral and essential part of multitasking. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, remember you always have to have fun. Keep yourself happy, keep yourself positive, and the only way to do that is not to take everything too seriously. Okay? Take what you have to take seriously and give weightages to everything. Simple example, everything here cannot be treated equally. If you treat everything here equally, that's not a very good thing. Now let's continue. The most important part of our college life, okay, is family. You know what happens normally is by the time an adolescent reaches college, okay, he kind of does not really spend time with family, takes family for granted. Feels yes, my mom will be there, my dad will be there, my cousins will be there, my extended family is there. I think the first thing you need to understand is please remember whatever you are is because of your family. That doesn't mean you have to only spend time with family, but do spend time with family. Please make it at least spend some amount of time for your family. So I thought I'd start with family. Fest. I think that's again a very important part. There could be a lot of people who are very introvert in nature, but remember, fests are a golden gift, to college or student life. Take part in it, organize, do whatever you can. Okay, that's an extremely important part. It takes you to another world. Fest itself will teach you how to multitask. Moving on, right? Clubs and associations, there will be several clubs in your colleges. Whichever college you are, theatre club, dance club, movie club, literature club. Okay, spend some time in the club. Okay. Sports and workout. I really don't know how much to emphasize on the importance of sports and workout. And that doesn't mean you need to build six packs and you need to only work on your body. But doing something for an hour or working out is a very important aspect to stay fit and to stay healthy. I think that really builds your immunity, that makes you strong. And I don't know whether you know it, but playing a sport or doing a workout makes you mentally strong as well, apart from the obvious benefit of it physically making you strong. So spend some time in that. Okay. Again, I'm saying when you play a game, that itself is levels of multitasking. I want to spend some time on two aspects. Okay. Friends, relationship, teachers before I come to internship. Okay. Now, the most important aspect of college life is definitely your friends. You will meet some of the best people, right? Through, in your life because of college life. You will end up, what do I say? And this friends is going to take you to a large extent. I think it's very, very important, okay, for us to actually, think of friendship and bond with your friends. It really makes a lot of difference. Friends, spend time with them, go out with them, bond and keep some time for your friends. Relationship. Normally, professors wouldn't talk about it, but I think I want to be as natural as it is. It is a very integral and essential part of any growing up age, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, right? But I'm saying balance it. Don't overindulge, don't underplay it. Just know how to keep the right balance. Okay. Teachers. You should understand that teachers actually play an extremely important role in actually building up the personality of you. So therefore, I would suggest that take in their advice, interact with them, try to spend some time, take their input. What you can ask your teacher, you can't ask your girlfriend or boyfriend. What you can ask your girlfriend or boyfriend, you can't ask your family. What you can ask your family, you can't ask your friends. Therefore, divide it. Okay. Internship. Why I feel internship is very important is normally in college life, we are living in a cocoon. You will have your own politics, your own games, your own friends, your own issues, and you will think that this is life, but it's actually a bubble. The minute you step out, you don't know how different things can be in the real life scenario. So therefore, I think it's very, very important for you to just try a stimulation, on how corporate world works. And internship is exactly that. When you come out and when you kind of experience how a real life corporate scenario works. Activities, and I want to spend some time on skills and hobbies. There are different hobbies everyone has. Somebody likes to dance, somebody likes to sing, somebody likes to paint. Start giving time for all your hobbies. I'll tell you why, because after a point in time, you should not regret that I wish I had done this. I wish I had done that. That's something we shouldn't regret at all. So just to avoid those regrets, right? I think it's important for us to actually start, spending some time on this. Competitive exams, I think it's self-explanatory. If you know what you want to do after that, start preparing for that. Tours and trips, guys, very, very important. I always strongly believe this. Family trips, off trips with friends, or tours with college, anything, any kind of outing is a must in your college life. Why? Because it de-stresses you, it takes you to another world, and it brings you back with that josh and energy. Okay. So I think you should look into tours, trips, everything. Since this whole symposium is about research, let me tell you the importance of research and how research acts as an ingredient in everything that you do. Research, you would have known the formal version of research from a lot of professors, but I'll tell you the informal version. So if you want to search from Google to find out the best restaurant where you want to take your girlfriend or boyfriend for a date, that is research. If you want to compare the prices of an iPhone in different websites, that is research. If you want to go and just chill somewhere, you want to plan a holiday, you go to different websites, planning your holiday out, planning hotels, that is research. Research is not just academic writing. Research is embodied into our personalities, into our everyday life. Therefore, research is an extremely important aspect of college. And why I put it as a desert is that normally we start with desert as per Indian traditions. You can go the other way around. So therefore, start by researching. Now, a lot of you might be asking, why am I comparing a food platter to multitasking? Let me come to that. I'm going to spend the next 15-20 minutes speaking exactly that. Okay. Now, to be very, very honest, okay, this is all offered. It really depends